May 28th. Voting members are Councilor Fidelina Santiago to my right and Councilor Gregory Del Rosario further to my right. And I'm the chair, Mark LaPlante. We are starting this meeting right now because it's shortly after 6, and then we might be on the television here in a little bit, and we will catch up when the time comes. So pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Ordinance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to view this meeting while in progress may either attend in person at the location or use any of the following access locations, which includes the Lawrence City Council Facebook page and the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. With that, I will ask for us to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, apparently we've got minutes for approval. That we don't have minutes for approval, so forget I even said that. I went through the audience today, and I know why everybody's here. So we're going to take you all up first, so that's good news. And I'm going to go up in order of, and it won't take long, of the folks that are here. Councilors, we have a 7 o'clock budget committee meeting, which is why I'm trying to move this along as quickly as possible, so that they don't have to wait. So if there's no objections, the first item is 25324, evangelization, June 15th and July 27th and August 31st at Rowell Park. Hiriam Sanchez? Did I pronounce your name correctly? Yeah. Excellent. We're off to a good start. So you're looking to use the Rowell Park, which is right next to Central Catholic. Thank you. And for 3 different dates. So let me look at your application. Was it available for those 3 days? Was Rowell Park available? Was there any conflicts?
No. No conflicts. No.
That's a good thing. Are you using a speaker system? Don't worry.
In the activity.
Are you going to be using a speaker at your activity?
Yeah.
You will be. I just want you to be mindful that because you will get a permit to use that park, that we still have a noise ordinance requirements, right? So, or ordinance violations. So please be mindful that there are people who live around there as well. So you want to keep it just to that park and be mindful of the folks who live nearby. So don't go crazy with the volume is the point. And so I'm trying to look. Can you folks see where it is, where it says it's free, it's available? Can you find out where, like, it says there's no conflicts or something on here? Here it is, the last page. Recreation. Hey, clerk, since you're here, do you on these reports, is there a spot that says that it's available, like there's no other conflicts going on? And I normally wouldn't ask you this, but you're sitting here.
I didn't pronounce it, but what we do is we go into this with our baby department. And the way it's set up, there is not a place to tell us that there's not a conflict. Mr. Adam Gonzalez, he has a calendar though that he does keep, but I would say Rowell Park is kind of an unusual park. We haven't had many events there, so I'm pretty positive there's not a conflict at this park, but any of the reserves.
Okay, I tend to agree with you on that. Council, any comments, questions?
No, I was going to say that park is not popular for event, so I'm pretty sure it should be available.
If there's no other comments on it, I'm looking for a motion to send this out to the full council with a favorable recommendation. Is there a motion? Motion made by Councilor Santiago, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The next meeting Is June the,
June 3rd.
June 3rd? It could be. June 3rd is, I got the 4th. June 4th? June 4th. So please come on June 4th. Full city council, 7 o'clock right here. 7 o'clock on the 4th, okay? You got it. Thank you. Next item on here is 25724. It's over there. Actividad Comunitaria. Am I doing pretty well? No, it's not you? I thought that was your June 8th? No? Yeah, that's you guys, right? Israel Diaz Urena? All right. I mean, I realize Spanish is my second language, but I thought I nailed that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was amazing. I thought you were gonna pass it like you always do.
Oh, stop it. I'll take a leap every now and then. So gentlemen, so you're here for this event on June the 8th. The same question, right? That place is much busier, the Common, the Campagnon. So, did you get clearance that that's available that night, that day? Did you get clearance? Is it available that day? We need to get that on this. We need to get that on here so that because that's the biggest question. We just need to make sure there's no conflicts.
Yeah, by the time that we requested, it was in April 16th.
Okay.
And by that time, it was available.
So it's a church function, it's preaching stuff, okay. Right. Just be mindful, just like the other folks, the noise ordinance is still in effect, even though you get a permit, doesn't mean you can rapid the thing up to 10. Just be mindful of your environment, you got other people who are walking around as well, so keep it at a reasonable level, so you're doing what you need to do, but you're not disturbing others who are not interested in participating in the event. Any questions? Looking for a motion to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation. Motion made by
Second.
Councilor Santiago, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Again, please do any cleanup as well. I should have mentioned that to the other guys. Make sure that you leave it the way you found it, in good condition, right? So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. June 4th.
Next meeting.
Our next meeting is here on June 4th, so we're not passing this tonight. What we're doing is we're letting our colleagues know that we've looked at the document and we advise them that we think it's a good thing. We should pass it. But all of us are going to vote on it on June the 4th. So you want to come on the 4th? 7 o'clock?
7.
Yeah, got it? All right, you got it. Thanks.
Can recreation be here when you have so many cars?
Give me what?
Somebody from recreation, just in case. And then the meetings, if they allow.
We could ask for whatever, my point. So Councilor Del Rosario, just because my mic's live, is asking whether or not we should have somebody from the Recreation Department here, which makes sense because there's so many things. But I don't know if I want to take more time up to get to the same place. If they could just let us know somehow, easy to let us know, whether it's an email or something that says, these are the items, yes, 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 no, we haven't approved that. I'd rather not bring them in. Yeah, Clerk.
I can work with recreation that happens to want to do it.
So the clerk has just volunteered to work with the Recreation Department. Thank you, clerk. Appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks for being here. Now you get to show up to all the meetings if you're going to be that helpful. 258 Hampshire Street, section to be designated as police department parking.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Buddy Lawrence, Police Department. Just like we did a few months back, about a little history, as you know, we are losing all our parking. We're starting construction of a new police station across the street from the current one. In a matter of days, I'm told a lot, but I just saw it in writing today. So that being said, we're scrambling for some parking for additional cruisers and staff. So you graciously gave us Lowell Street.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
No, keep going.
You gave us Lowell Street, but we've determined that may not be enough because of the side of the construction itself. The sidewalk is disappearing, so we're gonna lose all the width of the new construction site, we're gonna lose all those parking spots. So we're asking for additional spots on Lowell Street. We have been keeping, as we did on Lowell Street, on Hampshire Street, we have been keeping an eye on that, and there'll be little to no impact on the residents because since the meters went in there, very few people, if any, use those during the day and in the evening along the the east side of Hampshire Street, between Common and Lowell.
Question?
I mean,
Councilor Rosario?
you asked a question. Is this additional parking that we approving? Because I'm in the perception that this already came through us and we approved it.
You approved the parking on Lowell Street between Hampshire and Amesbury. And we anticipated at that time that we were gonna have both sides of that street. We have subsequently learned through the contractor for the new building that they're bumping out onto Lowell Street, onto Hampshire, onto Lowell Street, too many streets, onto Lowell Street, so we're losing essentially probably 100 feet of parking that we had asked you for originally. So this is to supplement the parking we're losing that you already approved.
And from your top of your head, Officer Curry, because we had that conversation, how many parking spot is for people to do business inside the station? Because we had that discussion that day, and then we didn't come up with an accurate number, but if you have...
So currently, we have 6 spots. In addition to the 6 spots, there's 2 spots designated handicap spots.
Thank you, Chair.
So that being said, if a member of the public comes and parks in one of these designated spots for police, and they're in there getting an accident report or filing a complaint or whatever they may be doing in there, no one's gonna take it or tow them because they're, we're kind of gentle with the parking lot. So no, that's not the intent. And the sign's a word that says, police and official parking only, so you can interpret that as you have official police business, you're welcome to park there. Nobody's gonna hold your feet to the fire on that one.
Hampshire Street, right?
It's currently discussing Hampshire Street between Common and Lowell Street on the east side.
And the question I asked of the full council was, do we anticipate keeping that in perpetuity, or what happens when the building's demolished and you've got all kinds of parking?
So, well, again, that's been, I'm not speaking for anybody officially from any administration, but that has been a moving target too, what's gonna happen with that property. I've just heard different scenarios. So, if that was given to us as a parking lot, is this gonna replace what's existing there now? So I don't believe this is a temporary fix, until December of 2025, as I'm told. That's when we're gonna be in the new building.
So this is a temporary fix to December of 2025. So we need parking. So what we don't know, and this is the discussion we had at the full council, do we sunset this thing till December of 2025, or do we just keep it without limitation?
I mean, that's purview, obviously, from our, we don't anticipate needing all the spots at that point, provided we have space where we are now. Well, I guess legislatively, I don't know what the best procedure is to do.
So I'm trying to remember, councilors, help me out. I think I offered a friendly amendment to Councilor Infante. I think she accepted it, and I think there was a sunset clause on there, essentially saying that if there was a other parking in the area, that we would then take out this restriction to allow the public, anybody, to park there, because we're trying to, I think, as much as we can, take away the limitations, because we're having a parking crunch. So the less limits we have, the better. And so we would have the limit until there was relief. And that was the way that we attacked it for Lowell Street.
Then that would be perfectly fine. We don't, this was a temporary solution to a problem that, the inherent problem of building on our parking lot.
So I'm going to throw this out there, and councilors, you can say you like it or not like it. My recommendation is that we mimic what we did on Lowell Street. I think the motion, clerk, if you remember this, that would be helpful. But I think what the motion was is that a public hearing be ordered to allow for designated police parking as you've required here on Hampshire Street. And did this go before your department for review, which is kind of weird? I don't see a police.
You're looking at the reviewer.
Okay, all right, fine.
So, but truth be told, and anytime I came before you for the Lawrence Catholic Academy situation in the Hampshire Street,
Yeah.
Lowell Street,
Yeah.
I do visit the sites quite a bit before I come in. And again, for whatever reason, when the city entered into the contract with the new metering company, both that side of Hampshire Street and Lowell Street along the police station, nobody parks there because, truth be told, there's really no, other than the police station or the doctor's office, there's plenty of parking, so there'd be no reason for anybody to park on Lowell Street. certainly, Hampshire Street, there's nobody there, and, you know, you're up for the next 2 weeks to take a ride by. I drive it every day, several times a day, and it never costs it.
So back to the original suggestion, which was this: so we send this up to the full council, a favorable recommendation to a public hearing on that the ordinance be permitted until further parking be provided in the area. And I think we can artfully figure out what that means at some other level. So that's what I did, I think, with Councilor Infante at the full council. So that's, does that look good? Does that sound good, or you just want to throw it out there? Okay.
Motion to send to the full council with a favorable recommendation or a public hearing into,
And the language being that until other parking becomes
all
available.
apartment becomes available.
Motion been made and properly second. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Officer Cuddy, and thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 260. Wait a second. Health and Wellness Fair? I don't think you're Health and Wellness Fair. Health and Wellness Fair? Nice try, clerk. I'm on to you. You're the next one. Hi.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I am a senior housing and community engagement specialist from City Block Health.
So you want to use the comment, you've heard the questions. Okay, so rather than me asking them all, can help me out. Did you get, is it clear?
From, to my understanding, it is,
Okay.
I went in at the end of April, actually went to the office to go speak with them and actually fill out the permit information, and they said as of that time, everything was clear, so I haven't heard anything otherwise.
And you heard the comments regarding the trash and better than how you found it, and the audio, the music and all that stuff. Keep it to a dull roar. Okay. Council, any questions?
What time is that meeting?
The time?
Yeah.
10 a.m. to 2. Yeah. Just like a early, like, day.
It's okay.
Through you, Chair.
Council Del Rosario.
Thank you, sir. How many vendors and what kind of service people will be getting at this fair?
Yeah, so just a little bit about City Block. We're a healthcare management company that partners with insurance payers. So right now, our two insurance payer partners are Point32 Health, Plus One Care, and Senior Whole Health Molina. So we're the care management company. So essentially, the event is meant to center health and wellness. At City Block, we have our own paramedics, nurses, virtual urgent care. We meet our members where they are. So we're going to be offering like blood pressure screenings, different community-based organizations that center housing, food, transportation, and also have like fun activities like raffles, bouncy houses, trying to be like family friendly as well, and of course like live music and entertainment.
Have you guys have these fair at the park before or not? This is the
No,
first
this
time?
is actually our first time. And I also brought like pamphlets
Okay.
about City Block and one care field. Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Any other comments? Looking for motion to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation?
To order public hearing?
No, it's just a permit.
So move.
Motion made by the vice chair, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? See no discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. See you on Tuesday. Clerk, you're next.
Thank you so much.
26124, and resolution honoring the Silverio family.
Thank you, Council. I apologize for my eagerness to appear before you, so I do not mean to kind of other participants. So there's two resolutions on the agenda this evening. The first is honoring the Solario family. They're going to be the recipients of the 2024 Earth Day History Award, to be presented later in the month of June. And we're asking just to please approve the resolution. I do not have the resolution in front of me this evening, so that's why I am asking the in the essence of time to send something up. I do anticipate that we'll have it for you next Tuesday at your meeting, that you can review it before you sign it. But if you could send it up to me with a favorable recommendation so that it can be voted on next week. They were hoping to do one of the nicer ones where they actually put on, I don't want to say surprise, but it takes time, so that's why I wanted to be up there, but what the actual awards are, I believe it's the 20th, later in the month of June, so that's the first request I have for you.
So, council, I would ask that we send this out without a recommendation, only because we don't have any documentation. It's just not a good look to send it without, but same result. So I'm looking for a motion to send this up without a recommendation. Is there a motion? Motion made by the Councilor Santiago, seconded by the Vice Chair. Discussion? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So we'll, as soon as you get it, obviously.
Absolutely.
Be great.
Even though it's holiday, but it'll be high copies in the package as well.
Super. And you're here for another one as well, 225-24?
Yeah.
Second page.
Honoring Deborah Cherry Kingway. She's one of the founders of the Mount Vernon League. One of the skills here is dedicated to her. You see a very big sign. The family actually invested the funds to purchase a new sign identical in dimensions and stuff. Same wording on it, just her name. But the sign was so faded, one of the friends had taken a photo to show them, like, oh, isn't it nice that sign still up? And they're like, eek, that sign is so faded, we'd like to replace it. So as part of rededication ceremony that's gonna happen on July 9th, we just hoping to have a resolution from you folks that night to just honor her and acknowledge her. I am working with her mom on the content for that. And again, I anticipate that will be done by next week when you have your meeting. But again, I'm hoping that you send that to full council at this time so that it can be done before that.
Any preliminary information? I should have asked you earlier. Do we have anything at all?
Again, I'm certainly wrong. I don't have the, she's 61 years old. She's a graduate of Lawrence High School who had been an athlete at Lawrence High, varsity athlete in Elton, Boulder, lives in the South Lawrence, Mount Vernon area, passed away at the age of 41. But at that time had been very active in the community for her children through the league, and really was one of the people that kind of kept it vibrant and going through those years. So we don't have a lot of details, but I'm working with along just to get that cleaned up so you have a resolution in place. Presented to them in the night.
So councilors, when we do have a vote, I would recommend that we just do the same motion as previous, just that we, without a recommendation, and send it up because you're trying to get this thing, as you mentioned, to a place for crafting. So,
Motion to send to the full council without recommendation.
Second.
motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair Reyes. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Is that it, clerk?
That's it.
You sure?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You are.
I totally forgot about you. I'm so sorry. I just ran over this. Document number 254, transient vendor license. And I'm not even gonna try how to say that first part of your business name.
Mango Boy?
Thank you. Mango Boy? I can do that. Thank you. Hi, and are you actually Ms. Gomez? Okay, welcome. So you're looking for a vendor license, okay? Let's take a look. So when you're doing this, do you have a place that's like, you're gonna be at this place? Is there like a spot that you know you're gonna be?
Yes, so we have, talked to the local motor company in, South Lawrence, in front of South Common, and they give us permission to park right in front of them in the common park. We have all that paperwork, notarized and everything.
And just, no one else is gonna hear this, but just you and me. You're gonna call it O'Connell Park, because that's the guy's name. But no one else is gonna know that. O'Connell Park, yeah. That's between us. Okay, good. So that's where you park your vehicle? Okay, got it. Okay. Councilor Del Rosario and I were there early for rededication today, so it was kind of fresh, yeah.
I grew up here, so all I heard is
I know. We're trying to change that slowly. Okay, thank you. Councilors, any questions regarding this? You're just looking to get an ability to do this license. It's Monday through Thursday, 4 to 11, Fridays from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Looks like you're not taking any time off. You're working 7 days a week. Okay. Have you had any, this doesn't ask it, I just feel compelled to ask. Have you had any kind of violations in the past? Okay. Councilors, questions? Motions to approve or send to the full council with a favorable? What's the motion?
Motion to send to the full council to the further recommendation. To send to the full.
Yeah, use this. Go ahead.
Motion to send to full council for favorable recommendation.
Motion made by Councilor Santiago. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You've heard the earlier stuff. Our next meeting's on Tuesday, so please be here at 7 o'clock. It's probably going to pass, but it's just a good idea to be here in case someone has a question. You don't want that to get stopped because you weren't here. Great, thank you. You got it. All right, that's it for people that are here. We can go through the rest of this, I think, rather quickly. 24724, resident parking at 73 Irving Ave, put on by, I recommend that we send this to the police department for their review. Is there a motion for that effect?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair Reyes. Discussion? And it's going to be tabled. All of these that we send to the police department will automatically be tabled. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Document number 24824, one-side parking on Fulton Street, coming down from Prospect Street by Councilor Anna Levy. Same motion. I'm looking for a motion to send this to the police department for their review. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 24924, soccer tournament, June 15th at Burgoyne Park on West Street. Is there anybody here for that?
Through you, Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Del Rosario.
Over the weekend, I had a conversation with Councilor Jorge Gonzalez, who is actually the one doing this tournament.
Okay.
He was in conversation with the recreation department, which allowed him, they provide him the date, and the date is available. So I would like to see if we can move this up, even if he's not here. It would be great, because I have the conversation, and I also spoke with Martha this morning just to confirm that information. And she confirmed that the date is available, and he can definitely use the park for the tournament. So if we can definitely move this up, it would be great.
So the counselor is looking to send this up to the full council with a favorable or just a committee report, or what are you looking for?
Let's send make a motion to send to the full council with a favorable
With the
recommendation.
favorable recommendation has been seconded by the Vice Chair Reyes. Discussion? Typically, we don't do this, but Counselor, based on because of the position that you hold in our community, you're vouching for this, I'm putting full faith and confidence in you. So if there's that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 25024, loading zone, Heritage Parking Incorporated at 441 Market Street. That also, does that go for the police, for loading, that goes for police too, right? I'm looking for a motion to send this document for study to the police department. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor
Second.
Santiago, seconded by Councilor Del Rosario. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 25224, no parking area at 402, what does that mean? Lowell Street, no parking area. I don't like that word area. Let's just say no parking at 402 Lowell. Let's take a look at this, 402 Lowell Street. Counselor, I'm reading this message. Let me read it out loud and tell you why I don't know what we're doing here. This is by the constituent who lives on 402 Lowell Street. Is that your district, Counselor? Okay, so you can help. I'm trying to get a permit for my driveway. I live at 402 Lowell Street in Lawrence. The reason why I'm requesting a sign or permit, don't park here to the corner or driveway, is because the business in front of my house, people always park there in front of the driveway and go into the business and leave their cars on, and no one can get out. This is happening more often, and they don't understand when you speak to them. I'm just trying to do this to avoid any conflict or problems with these individuals, and please put some speed bumps on Lowell Street. So we don't handle speed bumps. That's from the mayor's office. But it's a question that we all face in our districts regarding people parking too close to a driveway. It happens all over the place, and I don't know, there's already a law that says that you have to park X number of feet. You can't park like right up to the driveway. I don't know the law specifically, but you need to have somebody have the ability to come in and out of the driveway. You can't block it. And my concern is that if we start going down this road, we have a lot of driveways, and we start putting signs on every driveway all over the city, it gets a little burdensome. What we need is more enforcement and if this was my constituent counselor, I would encourage them to contact me when that's happening, or email the police department at Disorder or Law PD and have a police officer ticket.
Orden es here.
What's that? What? This is, hot dog?
Yeah, we haven't gone through yet.
Yeah, have a seat. We'll take you up next. So anyway, that's my thought on that, Counselor. This is your district, so those are some of the thoughts that I have on it, but how do you want to deal with it?
I will put a motion to table. I will contact the constituents and maybe drive by and see exactly what's going on.
Okay.
So we can entertain a motion to table.
There's a motion to table, seconded by Council Vice Chair. No discussion. Call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Welcome. Come on up, please. Yes? Yes? And right to the microphone. Can you please... Okay. Oh, we'll figure it out. What item are you here for?
¿Para qué tú
Hot dogs?
Tú
256? Okay. There's nobody here that could help with the translation, right? We've lost everybody? Okay. So let's look at 256. There may not be a need for much conversation. Let's go. So my question, I'm not sure how we're going to do this, but my question, we'll deal with it, is where will the truck be located?
El concejal quiere saber dónde va a estar el vehículo localizado, parqueado. Sí. En la Jackson. Pero por dónde en la Jackson. She said it's going to be on the Jackson Street by the park, the Campagnon Park.
Campagnon, okay. I don't see, unlike the previous one, there were dates and times. I don't see this in the application. Is anybody else seeing it? I'm just missing it?
Through you, Chair. And,
Councilor Del Rosario.
times of operation.
¿Cuál es el horario de operación que usted va a estar ahí? El horario. ¿De qué hora a hora? Ajá. ¿Y a qué hora? She says that it depends on the clientele. But she's going to be there like on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And sometimes she could probably be on around 4ish, or sometimes could be on Wednesday. Es que su aplicación no tiene el horario establecido. Okay, she's stating that she has another job, and when she gets out of that job is when she goes and sells with the cart to sell the hot dogs.
Did she pay all the fees?
¿Usted pagó la que tiene que pagar la multa y todo eso para la aplicación?
How much did she pay? How
She
much?
said she paid the license and the permit.
How much did she pay?
¿Cuánto usted pagó? Sí. She paid $175. ¿Por todo? She paid $175 and then $63 for the license.
Thank you, Chair.
So council, I would just let you know, I don't feel very comfortable with this. It just seems, unlike the previous one, for example, everything was filled out, saw exactly when they were doing, saw exactly the stuff. There was more heft. There's a lot of white space in this with zeros for fees. It just doesn't look like it was well, and I'm not getting approved on the final page. I got the licensing board and the fire and building and health department, at least one of them ISD hasn't completed their review of it. It seems very light, is my point. It doesn't seem complete.
Él está chequeando su aplicación y hay partes que se ven incompletas y él no se siente conforme de aprobar su aplicación por ahora. Porque es que no está, hay partes incompletas, no está completamente aprobada por el Departamento de Inspección. It's not for the Inspectional Department, doesn't.
Yeah, ISD has not signed off on it.
El Departamento de Inspección no ha firmado porque usualmente van por el departamento que tienen que aprobarle y hay partes incompletas que no han sido firmados por ellos, ciertos departamentos. El Departamento de Inspección en el segundo piso. ¿Ah? Pero que no en la aplicación no han firmado.
Council Del Rosario, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead,
Three,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I don't know about, her situation, but last week, or sometime last week, what they were doing is they were bringing the food trucks in front of City Hall, and the inspectional service and the fire department were down there checking on them. So I don't know if
Yeah, excuse me, that's what she stated, that she had her cart out there and the inspectors, they went and inspected that.
yeah, they did that. And when it comes to her times, Maria, when she was talking to her, she stated that there's no time because she has another job and she only do this sometimes from Wednesday to Saturdays, from 5 p.m. until there's people out there buying her hot dogs or whatever. I know how you feel. I feel the same way, but yeah, they had an inspection date out there where people were driving in last week, and I don't know why some of them it's approved here and some of them it's not. But.
Look at the next one. One before it was Delhi. They're not here. So let's take a look at that. I just want to see how that looks in comparison. So the one prior to, $100 has the money right on there. It goes into what they're selling, inventory, hours of operation. It just has more stuff. Now, granted, on the final page, for example, I'm still seeing things that aren't on there, but I'm at a bit of a loss. I don't feel comfortable sending this up with a favorable recommendation because I just don't think that. Do you have it now? Do you have it with you? The point that I'm driving at is that we oftentimes, we're selling food to the public and we're going to provide a permit to do that. It's an important responsibility that we have. People can get sick, and I realize we need to make sure the health department is aware of what's going on and they pass all that stuff. And I don't want to have anybody buying food from a place that we're just rubber stamping and saying yes to, and someone gets sick and we don't do all that we're supposed to do. It makes us won't make us look very good if they see us at some point, God forbid someone gets really sick. But let's take a look.
She paid upstairs. And this is what she did in Boston for the 62.
62, I see, I saw that on there, okay.
I'm gonna make this all-
You probably should. I'll show it to our colleagues here too, the committee members. Look at that. So councilors, I don't feel comfortable, so I see that, that's good. Well, that's not helpful. I'm not prepared tonight to vote in favor of it. I will follow the committee's lead if they want to send something up, but if it's going to get a yes vote for me at the full council level, I want to see something from ISD, making sure that the Inspectional Services has reviewed their application, besides just the monetary aspect. I see that they did that, or somebody did that. There's no money owed. But I just want, a licensing board has looked at it, Hector Santiago. So I would like to see, in this particular case, a licensing board and ISD give their sign off on it. So councilor, it's up to you. Do you want to leave it here? I don't see and table it and have this lady come back with more information, the applicant? It's up to you. I'm looking for a motion to table this item to our next meeting. I'm looking for that motion so that the applicant can bring all the proper paperwork for the committee to do its work, so that we can advise our colleagues at the full council that we review the documents and we feel like this permit should be approved. That's going to be my recommendation. 6:45.
Motion to table.
Motion made by Councilor Santiago. Del Rosario, seconded by Vice Chair Reyes. No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Can I tell her something in
Yeah,
Spanish?
go ahead.
Okay. Oiga lo que usted va a hacer. Suba arriba al segundo piso. Está abierto todavía. Inspection Service hasta las 7. Vaya y dígale que no le aprobaron el permiso, sino que se lo aguantaron hasta que ellos pongan toda la información que usted tiene aquí. ¿Qué le falta? Le falta, tiene que crear un tiempo, tiene que crear un horario. Tiene que crear horarios y hay unas cuantas personas que tienen que hacerle la firma aquí. Y esto que usted pagó tiene que reflejarse aquí en los libros de nosotros y no se refleja. Este pago que usted hizo tiene que reflejarse en los documentos que ellos nos envían a nosotros y no está aquí. Sí, ellos lo hacen, casi todo el que viene con su carro de comida y eso, toda esa información está aquí. Ese pago, aunque usted sí lo hizo, no se refleja aquí, ellos tienen que reflejarlo aquí. Y le faltan unas aprobaciones que a lo mejor la aprobaron, pero tampoco están aquí. Aprobaciones, hay un miembro que se llama, anote si usted tiene ahí, se llama Héctor Santiago, de licencias, o Antonio López. Uno de ellos tiene que mandar la aprobación o escribirla. A lo mejor la hicieron y no nos llegó.
I'm going to have to ask for some translation here for those. I just want to make sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Say what you just said in English so that.
I'm sorry, I'm just-
Let's use Ms. Halloran as
No,
well.
but
as a resource.
I'll explain. What I was telling Ms. Maria is to go upstairs to the inspection service and try to get the information that we need. And I was telling her that the information that we need, she might has it, but it's not reflected on our books. And that's why we table the matter. Okay. It's still early. She has half an hour. It's not going to go back until we get the information, but she can go up and get it up to date, and then maybe we can untable it on the full council. I haven't provided that info yet, but.
Okay. And we'll have Counselor, my God. Let's have Ms. Halloran.
Maria to Maria.
She might as well be a counselor at
Maria
this
to
point.
Maria.
So we're good? All right, so the motion's been made, it's been tabled, so that's that. We're going to move on to the next item, which oddly enough is back to document number 25524, which is the Delhi Moore I don't think the applicant is here. Again, I about you, I'd like to see the applicant. So is there a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Second.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair for document 25524. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That's it. I have police department stuff in your packets as well. Let's take a look at that. New documents. Document number 16623. Let me see if I can find that in the agenda. I got it. It's on page 4. Maria, we just tabled the other item. Did you get that? We just tabled 255. Yeah. Motion was made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by the Vice Chair. And now we're dealing with document number 16323, which is under business from May 17th. So we got, we have a memo from
160,
163.
63 or
I'm sorry, my bad. 16623. The date was May 17th, on page 4 of our stuff. See it?
163.
So this is this is from District A. Oh, good, we have our district counselor. Oh, this is you. This is your street. All right, so, so this is, let's read the most recent memo from Mr. Cano. I'm submitting this memo response to 370, what? Wait a second. Let's go back. Officer Cano, you're just in time. We have 15 minutes. We're dealing with document 16623. Perfect timing. This is actually the city councilor's street, so this is, it's a two-way street. What are you recommending? Parking, I do recommend the, how do you pronounce your street?
One-way, bond,
Bohm, right here, so
Yes.
Bohm, they want it,
bond,
they want to convert it to a one-way street.
yeah.
So have we got, so there you go. Have we got anything from the, hi, how are you? Did we get anything from the engineer's office?
So, you know, I saw this still on the list, and I was wondering why, because this has been, as far as I can remember, former Councilor Maria de la Cruz wanting Bone Street. I know I did it back before the pandemic,
Yeah.
and it was still on the agenda. And then Councilor Reyes had had commented and asked me what, you know, what happened and where is it? And I said, well, as far as I know, I did my part. I don't know what happened, if perhaps the engineer needed to submit his report, but as far as I know, it's kind of in limbo kind of status, and what she wants is to have it as a one-way, which I think is a great idea. It's a very narrow street right now, it's limited, you can't park on one side, and you can park on the opposite. And I'm all for it, if we can figure out where this item is.
So here we are. We got the sponsor here.
Yes.
And the person who lives on the street here. So I figure with these people, we should be able to figure out what we're doing.
I'm excited.
Okay. All right. So we typically would love to get, and this, we would, you got something we got? Yeah.
I remember resending all the information, just waiting for the city engineer and answer from them. They sent to Officer Connell for the review, and they forwarded to also from the city engineer. We still haven't. I remember
No city
Teresa-
engineer, that's the issue.
Teresa sent notification to them, but I'm still.
We can sing it again.
I think you'd want to have, even though I think everybody thinks it's a good idea, I just think I think you'd want to get the city engineer sign off, because if someone just starts barking and you're on the street saying, I don't like it, You can show that you got the city engineer, you can show the police department, you're gonna protect yourself, I would think. So that'd be the recommendation, right, is to send it to the reminder, and councils, I would recommend making phone calls over to Mr. Rosario as well, just say, listen,
Yeah, I can follow that up.
there you go.
Me
Okay.
too.
Oh, there you go. It doesn't hurt to have two people doing
It
it.
is narrow street and short.
All right. So I'm looking for a motion then to send this to the city engineer for his study and a report. Motion made by Councilor Santiago, seconded by the vice chair. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. What's next?
I have, if it's okay, I'd like to say that I have document 37223, which is the same as 39022,
Okay.
duplicate. And it has to do with one-way Saratoga Street. It was requested and made by former Councilor Estela Reyes on behalf of her, district constituents. And upon review, the last time I did go, I noticed that the street was already a one-way. It appears to be an oversight that perhaps it was forgotten to either be taken out of the ordinance, but again, I'm not sure exactly why the overlap, why the two different ordinances for the same thing.
Motion to withdraw, motion to withdraw.
Yeah, second.
So there's two items. There's motion to withdraw. Let's do individually. Let's just do one at a time.
37223.
Let's do one at a
Motion to
time.
withdraw, 37223.
Motion made
And second.
and seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion on 37223. See no discussion, I'll call the question. This is to send this up with a recommendation to withdraw. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You guys have it. 390? Same thing, right?
As far as I know, it's already a one-way, so it was already fulfilled, and perhaps it got on the agenda a second time.
So motion to send to the full council with intention to withdraw, document 39022.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, properly seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion. See no discussion, I'll call the question. Well, that makes it a lot easier now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Where do you see it?
Page 3.
Page 3?
Oh, no, check or?
Wait a second.
So the idea would be that 39022, it was granted, it was.
It's done, so we don't need to withdraw. So we can take it back,
So
okay?
remove, so withdraw the motion.
Motion's been withdrawn. There is no motion on 39022. It's not on our agenda. It's already been passed. There we go. So the one item that is, we're going to withdraw. That's it. Okay? We're done with that one. Next?
Document 42523,
Yep.
it's a handicap parking sign. It was requested by a resident by the name of De La Cruz Mercedes, and for one parking space in front of 31 Exchange Street. I went by there and I did meet with the constituent. I do recommend this ordinance be granted if the council passes it. It would be placed in the southeast corner of Park Street on Exchange Street, traveling south, to a point 283 feet, or 20
Okay.
feet, point 303 feet.
Okay, that's good. So we're looking for a motion to send this up to the full council with a favorable recommendation to order a public hearing.
So move.
Motion made by Council Del Rosario.
So-
What is, it's on the agenda? Let's take a look. Can we double check that? Thank you, Maria. 425-23? All right. So we're not seeing this item on the agenda, which is the issue, right? When was the last time you went by the house? Recently? This week? Now, clearly no handicap parking, or else you wouldn't be here. It's interesting.
I went by this week, and I also went by in February, which is the document date originally. And then I got also a phone call from the city clerk. And so that's why I went by this week again to check. And
So the problem we're facing with this right now, and I don't have an answer, but we can't discuss this item. It's not on our agenda. The public was not made aware that this is on the agenda. So, we can't make any motions on it because it's not there. So, there needs to be a little bit of, sleuthing to find out what happened, and that's not gonna take place right now. So, I'm gonna put this to the side. Would you, Officer Cano, do you have a regular conversations with the clerk? Could you see what the deal is with that? That'd be awesome. Appreciate that, thank you. Let's make sure 46923 is on the agenda before we start going there. I'm not seeing that either.
so this one, Council Rosario, I'm sure you know that we haven't covered this, should be, right?
It's, do you see it on, I don't see it on there. I'm not seeing it. Let's do the same thing. We can't act on it. Sorry, just can't. How about 7724?
Right, and this one, it's one handicap sign being requested by, Ms. Sicard for one handicap parking in front of his residence located at
I got it.
55 Saratoga Street.
Page 2, February 10th. Go ahead, Officer.
And then with the petition at the address, Mrs. Giles was able to elaborate and explain the reason for the request. I recommend for this request to be granted. If the council passes the sign, if this ordinance, the sign shall be placed on the northeast corner of Fern Street on Saratoga Street, traveling north to a point 268 feet, for 20 feet to a point 288 feet.
I'm looking for motion to send this up to the full council with the recommendation to order a public hearing. Motion
Second.
made by the vice chair, seconded by Council Del Rosario. Discussion? See no discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Councilors, it is 7 o'clock. We are like German watches here. We're working timely. Is there any other items before us this evening?
Yes, I would like,
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to untable the item 22824, handicap parking, Sargent Street.
There's no objection. 22824 handicap parking at 57 Sargent Street. See no objection. Go ahead, Counselor. What do you want to say on that?
To send to full council, to send to police department, to,
Councilor,
You may already have it.
Santiago, that is on the list to
Yeah.
do. So.
He's got it already.
It just has to be done. It's not that it hasn't been submitted. So it's already submitted, it's in the process.
okay.
And thank you. And the other one is, just because it's my district, 235, I know that's on the list, so that's Osgood Street. So please take a look at that one.
Yes.
Got it, okay. Anything else, counselors? See none, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Del Rosario, seconded by Councilor Santiago. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. We're adjourned.
Oh, but she said she didn't care. But after she- Oh, you're not going to first place? So Karen,
general, I'll read it first and then let them.
Body print.
evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 28th. It is now 7:25. With me today, I have the Vice Chair of the committee, Councilor Vivian Marmol, Council President Giovanni Rodriguez, and Councilor Wendy Luzon. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person here in the City Council chambers and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here at City Hall or use our YouTube page, since our Facebook is still not up and running yet. At this point, can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilors, today we are officially entering budget season. We will now go into item 243-24, Mayor Brian A. DePena's recommended budget for fiscal year of 2025. And we do have the mayor's senior advisor, Mr. Octavian Spanner, to start us off.
Yes. Good evening, Committee Chairperson Infante, Council President, good evening, and councilors. I'm here to report on behalf of the mayor, Mayor Brian A. DePena, that we are presenting a balanced budget. However, we have to report as well that there's an increase of the overall city operating budget for fiscal year 24 compared to the previous fiscal year. This increase is due to primarily to inflation and its impact on various areas of city government and the city budget, but mostly on the cost of goods and services and employee salary, especially relative to the union contracts, which both the city council and the mayor agree was long overdue. Over the last 12 months, the all-item consumer price index, which measures inflation across the economy, increased 3.4% from April 23 to April 24. Budgets for employee salary increases have grown nationwide with an average of 4.4% since 2023, the highest increase in more than 2 decades, according to experts. The increase is the largest since 2001. Inflationary pressures and concerns over a tight labor market are the primary influencing factor behind salary increase and budgets. Though economic uncertainty looms, employers, including municipalities, are looking to remain competitive for talent, and pay is a key factor. That reality is also true for the city.
Thank you, Advisor Spanner. Councilors, today we are going over the budgets for the following departments and offices: the Lawrence Police Department, the City Council, the Mayor's Office, the overall Department of the Administration and Finance, that includes the Office of Budget and Finance, the Controller's Office, Purchasing Office, IT Department, Assessor's Office, Treasurer's Office, Tax Collector's Office, Department of Personnel, Debt Services, Revenue Review, Risk Management, Charter and Choice Schools, other financial uses, intergovernmental assessments, and employee benefits. We do have our CAFO here with us today. CAFO, before we get into the first department, is there anything that you would like to say? You're ready to roll? All right. At this point, I'd like to call a representative from the Lawrence Police Department to go over the LPD budget. That's the first one. I'm leaving you guys last. Is there anyone from the Lawrence Police Department?
I believe the acting police chief is here to explain some of his budget items, but...
Hold on just one second.
Yep.
Hold on just one second. What was that?
Okay, usually we do, like we go through expenditure
numbers and all of everything, the budget at the beginning, todo. Entonces después entramos a los departamentos, el CAFO lo hace. Tiene una introducción de aproximadamente media hora.
We're going to switch it up. We're going to start with the administration and finance. Kafo, can you please start with the overall budget that we have in front of us and get into more specifics?
Good evening, councilors. Okay, in your budget book, I think starting on the very beginning is best, just a general overview. On page 5 are a couple of graphs I just want to bring to your attention. The first graph is general fund revenues. As you can see, state revenue accounts for almost 73% of the entire budget. You can see some of the other line items are taxes and excise. The next largest item is about 23%. And in charges for services, licenses and permits, those are all department-driven revenues, account for pretty much the rest of it. On the next page is a general overview of the general fund expenditures, and you can see the education is 74% of our budget, and public safety, police, fire, approximately 8%, and so on, as you can see in the graph, or the graph and the pie chart. Education, the state revenue that we received on the earlier page is 73%. Approximately 200 plus million is from the for the school department, Chapter 78. So that's why the expenditures are 74%. 72% is state aid. 74% of our expenditures goes to the school. City has to throw in a little, about $15 million on top of what the state gives us to satisfy our net school spending obligations under the Chapter 70 law. Just on the fourth graph on page 7 is just a breakdown of what types of expenditures we have. And personal services, you can see the big blue pie chart is about half, a little over half of our budget is payroll. On page 8 is a really good comparison this year to last year, high level. You can see the very first line, we've increased non-school salary and wages are increased 6.1 million. And that's broken out approximately collective bargaining increases of $5 million of that number, of which non-public safety collective bargaining agreements, collective bargaining salary increases accounted for about 1.1 million. The fire department was about 1.3 million, and the police was 2.6 million, for a total of 5 million. And then the additional, there was an additional new positions added in the budget, roughly of $1 million to equal the total 6.1 million increase in non-school salary and wages. We'll get over those, some of those positions in just a moment. And you can see, as high level, you can see solid waste and recycling. It's up 870,000 over the previous year. Charter school choice and assessments, they're up a couple $1 million over the previous year. Greater Lawrence Technical School is up 278,000. Again, that's mostly about 175,000 of that is 171,000 is Chapter 70 related. The rest is the assessment from the Greater Lawrence to the city. Health insurance is up 295,000, and you can see the school budget is up approximately 19.6 million, which is the Chapter 70 piece. And transportation does not qualify under Chapter 70, so we've increased that 1.2 million. And then leases of buildings, city's also responsible to pay for that outside of the Chapter 70 formula, so that's increased 900,000. Adult education, we level funded that at 1.3 million. And other miscellaneous costs, there's a reduction of about 2.7 million related to some of the other items that I'll get to later. And just as I mentioned earlier, there are a few positions added. I just want to, run down them. There are not that many of them, but there's roughly $100,000 that I'm going to be asking for in the IT budget for cybersecurity specialists. It's something imperative that we have to have. The community development has roughly $328,000 worth of salaries that they're adding, and the police department are adding 3 positions for a total of $214,000. There's a fire administrative captain in the fire department. We're funding an enforcement prosecutor in the ISD department. That's new for ordinance, but we just haven't filled it. There's an emergency management coordinator funded in the budget, $130,000. Then there's in DPW, there's approximately $141,000 worth of positions that have been added, mainly carpenters and plumbers, which are going to be mainly reimbursed from the school department. We added a custodian at the library, and then that's about it. That's what those totals, approximately $1 million of new positions. If I could just get into the overall budget and how it's laid out, which is customary, the way it always has been. On page 9, 9 through 13 are just that's the appropriation order that the council will end up voting on in June. So it's just a summarization of all the departments at a very high level. You can see the total general fund expenditure, general fund budget is $438,173,859. There's also a parking enterprise fund, an airport enterprise fund, and a water sewer enterprise fund, which are self-supporting. I like on page 15 is a very high level of the revenues and expenses of the city. That's, I think, the easiest way to get a quick glimpse of the city budget. And you can see the revenues are broken down into about 8 or 9 categories, starting with taxes. So they're up about 7.5 million, taxes and excise, and so on. The state revenue, which I alluded to earlier, is mainly from the school department for Chapter 70. They have an increase of 19.6 million. And then for the expenditures, you can see that the largest increase in expenditures related to education, and that's to support the 20 million that we received from the state. That's also increased, budgeted into the school department's budget. So there's a very high level recap of there's $438 million in revenues and $438 million in expenditures in the general fund, which is balanced, as Octavian alluded to a moment ago.
15.
The same thing with the airport and the enterprise fund. They're also balanced. The excess of revenue over expenditures in those funds are just...
Which is now page 16.
Excuse me?
Page 16 we're on now?
Yeah, page 16.
Okay.
15 and 16. And there's some costs that the city charges the enterprise funds for their share of the common costs, such as the comptroller's office, the treasurer's office, and so on. On page 17 through 20 is just revenues broken down into greater detail. So starting on page 17, you have a breakdown of the taxes and excise. They're going up 7.5 million, and the details are basically real estate's up of 7.6 million, personal properties down to hair at 78,000, and then there's some payment in lieu of taxes and suburban excise taxes that have a slight decrease, but compared to the prior year, the taxes and excise are up 7.5 million. Charges for services, again, are very detailed on page 18. Those are all departmental revenues. One of the largest items on this page is the downtown meter parking. We have a guaranteed payment of 1.2 million coming into the city for the vendor who writes tickets on those meters and ticket collections. They're able to keep all that money, and in return, we get a guaranteed payment of 1.2 million. Some of the other other revenue categories in here, the larger ones, this is where the city clerk takes in her revenues from the city clerk's office, and there's some collector's office, municipal lien certificates and things of that nature that are included in this bucket of charges for services. Licenses and permits are on page 19, and they're spelled out. Again, the largest being building permits, plumbing permits, and so on. You can see that in about the middle of the page. This year, we're anticipating building inspection permits of estimating $1 million, just a little over $1 million in building permits. Electrical permits a little over $275,000, and plumbing and gas about around $100,000. So that breaks out the larger categories of licenses and permits. Federal revenue, we get, our largest item here is Medicaid reimbursement for children in the school system that qualify for Medicaid. They do get reimbursements, and that comes directly to the general fund, which we're estimating at $975,000. State revenue, as I mentioned earlier, the school aid is detailed here at $285 million. There's another $8.5 million in charter reimbursements. And the main item for the city of Lawrence, which comes to the local government, is there's $24.2 million in local unrestricted general government aid category. So that totals approximately $319 million. Let's see, so I think the page 20 are just other intergovernmental revenues, and the largest item being these are the court fines, moving violation fines that we collect from courts. This is the parking tickets that the city issues outside the metered area. We have estimated at $800,000. The total for that category of other intergovernmental revenue is $1.1 million. A miscellaneous revenue is interest income, which is the largest item. We have estimated at $7 million in interest income because of the interest rates that we're earning on our available cash is quite high. We've already collected over $7.8 million this year. So we're just, we expect that to go down a little bit next year because we're using some of our cash for certain projects and so forth, but we are estimating at least $7 million in interest income. The rates remain high. And then just lastly, in the last category is other financial sources. As I mentioned, we're getting a transfer from the enterprise fund for cover their general fund costs. And then this budget includes a $5 million transfer or appropriation from free cash to balance this budget. And that's, again, primarily the result of the debt service that we've issued on the Oliver, the Leahy, and the police station without a debt override. So it's a planned use of free cash for the next several years. This year it's $5 million. Next year it'll be a little bit less going, years going out. Just on page 21 is just, again, the parking receipts. They're just broken out. The operation, we get about $900,000 worth of parking garages and lots. So that's what our estimated revenue is for the parking fund. The airport takes in about $724,000, which is broken out into airport leases and parking and landing charges. And water sewer is our largest enterprise fund. They're going to take in, anticipate about $22.6 million, and primarily water and sewer charges are pretty much evenly split. And then just on page 24 through 26 is just a high level, again, what each department is spending at the department level, so at the division level, I should say. So for example, A&F, Administration of Finance, is on page 24, and you can see the total for the Administration of Finance is $4.5 million, but it's broken out into the 7 or 8 departments that report to me. And all the other city departments are listed here as well. So it's a high-level look at the general fund. And then beginning on page 27 begins the departmental budgets, individual departments. Again, the city council is first. If you'd like to pass over that and go to the administration and finance, I can review them quickly. We begin on page 33. And on page 33 is the Office of Budget and Finance, which is
Do you
the
guys have any questions?
my position and a budget analyst.
Okay. Before we get into the administration and finance department, are there any questions for the CAFO counselors on everything that, the overview that he just gave us?
Yes,
No?
yes. I have-
Council President.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Caffo, on page 8, I wasn't able to get the non-school salaries and wages for the total amount of extra $6.15 million. Do you mind going over a little bit, and also on
Sure.
the same chart, on the same page, other miscellaneous costs? I wanted to take some notes on those.
The non-school salary and wages are up $6,156,790, and that's broken out into just high level. New positions are $1,080,190. There's collective bargaining increases of $5,076,600. That's primarily, that's broken out, 1.1 million for non-public safety collective bargaining increases, 1.3 million for fire department increases, and 2.626 million, 2.626 million for the police collective bargaining increases. That totals 5,076,600. So the new positions and the collective bargaining increases of 5 million, that totals 6,156,790, which is the difference between last year and this year for non-school salary and wages.
So you have, through your Madam Chair, you have the police department, the fire department, and
Rest of the
non-public
department.
safety unions. What are those unions?
There's several of them. There's four local 3 unions. That's clerical, the laborers, the water, and the inspectors in the inspectional services department. Then there's the local 888, which is comprised of the library, parking attendants, the supervisors administrators union, and I'm missing one. Oh, the carpenters and tradesmen. And then there's non-bargaining, non-union employees, approximately 80 or so.
And then you have on the same page, you have other miscellaneous costs.
Oh, other miscellaneous?
Yes.
So that's good. That's primarily comprised of, page out. Yeah, that's comprised of debt service, intergovernmental state and county assessments. Let's see, just a few state and county assessments other than the school. Employee benefits was this. And then some other reserves that we're plan on funding. A reserve for reserve for ILD in the line of duty claims, reserve for uncompensated absence reserves, and workers' compensation reserve. We try and take those out of the departmental budgets and budget separate reserve fund. And then there's auto and property insurance for all of the city, which is approximately $600,000. And then there's the reason why this number decreased was last year we had I had to allocate $2 million for potential collective bargaining increases. This year, all of the union contracts are settled, so I don't need a line item under miscellaneous, and that's primarily a major cause of why that line item decreased $2.6 million. Oh, and there's also under Chapter 41 of the Acts of 1990, we're required to put away every year an amount into a fiscal stability reserve fund. We have approximately $6 million in that fiscal stability reserve. And every year we're required to add a little something to it. We convinced the Department of Revenue this year to change the formula because it's primarily supposed to be just general fund operating expenses. And we had, they were including some non-general fund expenses in the calculation. We asked them to take a look at that and take those out. And so this year they say we don't have to put in in addition to that reserve. They accepted our explanation. I want to thank Ramona for that. She's the one that did all the hard work. So that was, last year we had to add $720,000 to that fund. This year we don't have to add anything. So that's $2.7 million just in that category. It's missing. Why it decreased.
Any other questions, Council President?
Good.
Okay, Councilor Luzon?
So, thank you, Madam Chair, to you, Madam Chair. How many new positions we have in this fiscal year? How many new positions we created?
New positions?
Yeah, in total.
Approximately, let's see this one.
I can't really hear you.
It's approximately 20, I'm going to say it's about 23 positions. I think it turns out to be a little bit less than that because we've added some positions in the Community Development Department because they were not in the budget in the prior years, so we added all of their positions in the budget and then subtracted out the amounts of the positions that are going to be paid from grants. So historically, they've been left out of the budget completely. We added them into the budget and then subtracted the grant reimbursements for those positions. So in the budget, I think you'll see approximately 27 positions added, but a good 7 or 8 of those positions are going to be fully funded from grants.
So, Council, can you, these positions, do you have listed the departments that the new positions are going to be for?
Yep, I have just a recap alluded to earlier. In IT, we're asking to fill a cybersecurity specialist. I'll get into that when we get to their budget.
You don't have to, sorry, you don't have to say the title. Just tell us 1 or 2 positions for this department, X, Y, yeah, because we'll get in.
Yeah, okay,
We'll
IT
get into
it's
that
1.
later. Yep.
Community development, it's actually 15, but again, they're gonna be grant reimbursed, about 8 of them. There's 3 positions in the police department. 1 position in the fire department. 1 ISD, 1 in the ISD department. 1 is emergency management director, so it's kind of a new department. And then there's DPW has 5 new positions, of which I believe 4 of them are going to be reimbursed by the school department.
Okay.
1 library position. And that's it, 1 library position.
Councilor Luzon?
So the emergency director, you mentioned that's going to be a new department. It's not supposed to be under the police department. Emergency director. Can you please clarify?
Management director.
Yeah, I think we put that in the, we put that in a department by itself, as I recall. Public safety.
Through you, Madam Chair, so you creating a new department, is that what you just said?
Yes, it's a position that was funded, or approved by or in the ordinances, approved by the city council, and it is, and we're asking for it to be funded, but instead of putting it in the police department, we're putting it in a department by itself. It's on page 102.
Sorry, Councilor, through the committee chairperson. This position was basically under the mayor's office, under the supervision of the mayor. The position, when last year or the last 2 years, we've been requesting this position to be filled. But there are certain challenges with this position as well in holding it under police department. Because especially now that we have the new union contract that has been approved, it's going to be an issue in terms of the salary, plus overtime and other benefits that say that if it falls under the police department. So that's why the mayor requested for it to be separate. It doesn't have to be, it will cost a lot of money to cover if a police officer is fulfilling this position.
Any other questions, Counselor? Oh, hold on. You all set? Counselor Marble.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do have questions in regards to gaining a little bit of more understanding. On page 18, where it says charges for services, due to the drastic decrease in some of these services, do you mind, Cathal, going into why, like, for example, the rental income, there's a decrease in $200,520, in addition to other fines?
Yeah, the rental income we had, we were generating income from the Workforce Investment Board. They were paying rent to the city, and they moved out of the building next door, and they moved to a different space. I think on 50 Island Street. So we no longer have that income coming in. We plan on using that space ourselves, but since I'm using that space, that's the decrease there. Other than that, I'm not sure what some of the other decreases are. We estimate these things the best we can. They're all very small revenues, $2.2 million in total for this line item, which $400 million budget is not a lot. And some of the other decreases, I think we're just trying to be as conservative as we can. We kind of look and see what we took in from a couple of years ago, and then estimate what we think we'll take in for this fiscal year. For example, the city clerk has a line item here for, actually it's a motor vehicle register fees. Those are motor vehicle charges, registry fees at motor vehicles, so people don't pay their bills, I believe. And so we're estimating we'll collect about $85,000 in registry of motor vehicle fees. Less than the prior year.
But are you able to give details as to why is that? It's a drastic decrease.
Well, we estimated $150,000 the prior year. We took in $102,000 so far this year, so we estimated 85. We reduced it a little bit. Give us, try not to push our revenues all the way to the top. So that's about the only explanation I can give you. You can see historically we've had in that line item, there was in FY22 we took in $119,000. We took in $85,000 a year in FY23, and so far in FY24 we have collected $102, but we're trying to be conservative and put it back down to what we did in 2023, which is the full fiscal year, and estimated $85,000.
And then, is there an explanation in regards to page 20 where it says parking violation fines? This is a drastic decrease of $125,000.
Well, again, Counselor, we did take in, last year we estimated $925,000, but we only collected $806,000 in '23. Those are parking fines outside the metered area. And the year before, we did take in $1 million, but in FY23 it was down. So in so far, in fiscal '24, we only collected $600,000 in that line item. So we estimated We're being conservative and trying to estimate, well, we think we can get the 800,000, which is the same as FY '23, but we didn't want to push it up to 925, the same as we did last year. It didn't pan out. Doesn't look like it's going to pan out.
And my last question will be under other financing sources. I see a transfer of 500,000. Are you able to give information in terms of if this is going to be a one-time thing and for what services?
Oh, this
5
is-
million.
Yeah, this
No, I
is
see
the
500.
transfer from free cash, which I alluded to a moment ago. Last year, was the first year, we started to take on debt for the Oliver, the Leahy, and the police station. We issued that debt a couple of years ago. So last year, we had to pay principal on that in FY '24. So as I explained to the council, doing this without a debt override, we were going to have a planned use of free cash, so not to impact have layoffs and so forth in the general fund, trying to cut 5 million out of the budget. So we have a planned use of free cash for this year and the next 10 or so years. We'll be making a transfer from free cash to subsidize the general fund budget for debt service on those 3 projects that did not have a debt exclusion. Very unusual, as I explained to the council. You weren't on the council, Councilor, it was before you arrived. But I explained to the council when we issued that debt that there would be consequences as CAFO certification. Can we afford this? And we couldn't afford it out of our operating budget, but we can afford it, thankfully, because we received that 57.3 million in ARPA funds, and because of the Columbia gas explosion, we were able to turn that 57.3 million into basically free cash. So we could issue, or could proceed to the Leahy project without a debt override, the Oliver and the Leahy project without a debt override. We knew we'd had this large free cash position. And I have been, an item before the council to transfer another 15 million into the stabilization reserve for debt service. So we'll have a 20 million set aside for the next several years to subsidize this debt service. So it will not impact our general fund operating budget. Well, it have impacted very little.
Thank you. Kafel, please continue.
I'm not sure if you want to just get into my, I was on my administration and finance divisions. I just went through the Office of Budget and Finance, really no increases from this year to last year. Funds 2 positions, myself and a budget analyst. Our expenses
Can you repeat the page?
Oh, this is page, begins on page 34.
Thank you.
Page 33 is a summary of all the departments that report to me, going over the kind of the details for each one, beginning on page 34. Office of Budget and Finance. Page 35 is the listing the 2 positions that are funded. Page 36 is the comptroller's office. Again, very, very minimal increases, a little for operating supplies to pay for checks and things that comptroller pays for, check stock. And then on page 37 are the positions that report in the controller's office. We have the comptroller's office, and we also have the payroll director in that office. So there's 2 operations. One's the accounting and accounts payable system, and the other operation is the payroll, making sure all city employees and school department get paid on time. So there's very, very few changes to that operating budget. No positions added. The purchasing department is on page 38. Again, there's 2 positions in the purchasing department, a purchasing agent and a clerk, an assistant, and a couple of minimal changes to her line items. She just moved items, took some money out of books and subscriptions and added it to office supplies. Pick up folders and things that she processes all the contracts in the city. We're several hundred, and there's a lot of folders, a lot of paper that they use. Let's see, the next department
Kafel, before we go to the next department, can you briefly explain the role of the principal account clerk?
That's the assistant to the purchasing agent. It's a clerical position, and it was just recently upgraded to an assistant purchasing agent. which just happened a week or so ago, so it's not in the budget. So that'll be a slight increase this year if they fill that position, which they do plan on filling it. But anyway, it's a purchasing agent and a clerical staff historically, and we're trying to upgrade the position from a clerical to the assistant purchasing agent. So when the purchasing agent is out, the assistant purchasing agent will also be a Mass MSCPO certified, procurement specialist in accordance with state law. That person would be able to sign contracts and process purchase orders and things when the purchasing agent is not available.
So until that change is made, why is the current position under 50 grand? I mean, that's not even a livable wage.
It's a union position.
Got it. And that's pertaining to the union contract. All right, continue. please.
Next page is the information technology. There's a few changes in this department, primarily Carlos Castillo's budget pays for all programs that the city uses. So there's some increases. Obviously, Munis is our system, our ERP system. So there's some increases in the Munis, annual Munis increases to the software company and a few other software companies out there. And this is the one position, one department where we are asking for an additional position, which is a cybersecurity specialist. The specialist didn't fit into the category, but you see cybersecurity on page 41. And that's a position that right now Carlos is the MIS director, and he's also our cybersecurity expert. We need to backfill this position to get somebody else to help with the cybersecurity portion, so I can have Carlos help me out a little bit more on the programmatic side. We have quite a few programs that are in use. ERP system of record is Munis, but we also have different positions and different software in all the departments. Primarily right now, a lot of his time is being spent on Citizen Serve, which helps the ISD department. There's a lot of programming and systems administration that kind of needs to be done with those programs. So I need Carlos to spend a little more time on helping the city be more efficient and less time on the cybersecurity. Not to say that the cybersecurity isn't the most important thing we have. It is the most important thing to keep us from being all the threats that are out there around IT. So Carlos does a good job of that, but we really need to get that position, a cybersecurity specialist, to assist him and make sure that the city's protected if anything happened to Carlos, or if you were out on vacation. He pretty much doesn't go on vacation, which is a real problem.
Careful. Hold on just one second. Director Castillo, is there anything that you would like to say regarding your department's budget? This is your, even if it's a thank you, I don't care what it is, but this is your opportunity to say something.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, good evening, councilors. As for IT, you guys know me. I'm practically doing one-stop shop. And I think it's time to also kind of, delegate some of the roles that I'm doing, say, cybersecurity specialist, someone that can help me in reality. Because if we just keep going the same way we're going, we're not going to advance technologically speaking, One person cannot do it all. I've been 3 years in the city. I only have taken 3 days vacation. And I need a reliable backup, as you all know. In terms of, funds, if I need any capital improvement, Mark's always set money aside, to spend on the critical system that we have.
I was just going to mention there's very little capital outlay in this budget, because when you pay go capital, which you approved just a few weeks ago, I had 150 or 200,000 allocated to IT. He has to replace switches and well, he can explain something.
Yeah, so I mean, we still have a lot of servers in-house, switches that need to be replaced. As you all know, technology keep advancing. It keeps changing every 6 months. You know, the equipment, I mean, we replace them every 3 to 4 years. 5 years is a given, but, you know, to stay current, 4 years is the maximum that, you know, we can kind of retain an IT equipment.
Thank you. Just one second.
You guys-
Oh, yeah.
I didn't mention it.
Hold on.
Other employees in his department are really the help desk. They help all city employees log into their computer, reset their passwords. I had an issue with my phone today, so I had to come in and replace my phone. So there is, Carlos, and he does have a staff. There's actually 5 staff right now. We'd like him to have 6, which is cybersecurity specialists.
Thank you. At this point, Kafo, I'm going to take a pause right here and give an opportunity to the counselors to ask questions for the following areas: Office of Budget and Finance, Controller's Office, Purchasing Office, and IT. Counselors, do you have any questions pertaining these 4 budgets?
Yes.
Counselor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. In miscellaneous, forgot the page. God, I had it. Looking for the page. We'll be able to see in miscellaneous, and I forgot the page, the breakdown, because it's almost $40 million, if not mistaken, or less than that. Are we going to be able to see the breakdown in that?
How about?
Were you looking at the revenues or the?
Oh, that's what I need to give you, the exact page.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. Counselor Luzon, you look for that page number, and I'm going to go to Council President for his questions while you look for that. Council President?
Sure. 2 questions. One is in general terms. I would like to know when it comes to longevity, how somebody might get longevity, what are the terms that the city determined to give longevity to somebody, and
Yeah, in general, it's by collective bargaining agreement, mostly, and also in the ordinances for non-bargaining, but roughly, I believe, after 5 years, somebody gets depending on the collective bargaining agreement, they might get $500, or police and fire get a percentage of their pay as a longevity bonus, but it's derived by a collective bargaining, and it's generally after 5 years, and then again after 10, and after 15, and maybe after 20, depending on the collective bargaining agreement. There's an increases the stipend for that.
I got my motion.
all right. And for the IT department, how many accounts do you guys handle?
How many
accounts in general?
User accounts?
Yes.
Can you come up to the podium, please?
At the moment, we handle 680 user AD accounts.
And those are like people perhaps?
Yes.
680?
Can you, 680?
680, yes.
Okay.
So you have 3 technicians that handle all that, those you and somebody else in the future?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, just going back to longevity. So basically, all the longevity is based on the, all the
Years of
longevity is
service.
based on collective bargainings only?
Collective
So-
bargaining and/or ordinances for those who are not in a union, like ordinances.
Give me a good example of somebody that might get longevity based on ordinance.
Well, let's look at information technology. We have, yeah, there's somebody in
I mean, those are collective bargainings, I got it. But
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily this department, just in general terms. No.
okay, yeah, so the IT department is not union, so we put in here $1,500, so I don't have the terms in front of me, but I'm fairly certain that the ordinances require after 5 years, I think it's roughly $500, maybe it's 700. And then
So
after 10 years.
How many
Right,
years?
so
in
somebody probably hit
service?
their 5-year mark. And
5 years usually?
usually longevity doesn't kick in until 5 years in most contracts.
Oh, I got it. And when they're non-union also, those are the kind of the same terms?
Yeah, it's the same thing. After 5 years, it's in the ordinances, I don't have them in front of me, but after 5 years, I believe there's a $500 or $700 increase. And after 10, I think is the next milestone, it might go to 1,000. And then 15, it goes to something higher.
Thank you.
Councilor Luzon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Madam Chair. So it's page 8, is other miscellaneous costs for $42 million, 55 173 million.
Yeah, the decrease.
Yeah.
Mentioned.
Are we going to be able to see the breakdown?
Yep, I'll give it to you exactly. It's on page, on page 158.
158, okay. My other question is
So you can see the total on page 8, the decrease is 2,697,000, and you see on the page 158 the same number.
okay.
And you can see the decreases, as I explained, there was a contingency reserve account of $2 million last year, which was to fund collective bargaining agreements that had expired.
Yeah, you mentioned.
All of our contracts are current, so I don't have to set any money aside for that. It's in each department's budget.
Okay, thank you. My other question is on page 38. The advertising, is that advertising includes the city advertising or is related to the mayor's office?
Oh, this is the purchasing department. They have to advertise bids and so forth, any other types of, they're required to advertise any bids on the state website and wherever else we have to place it. So she does have some advertising / postage that she has to pay for.
Okay. To you, Madam Chair, the emergency director position, is that, do we have someone already serving there?
Not to my
Appointed by the
knowledge.
mayor?
No, I don't believe so. There's a position, I think we've asked for it to be funded. And I'm not sure if the amount has been ordinance. I think the position was ordinance, but I'm not sure if an amount has been put in there.
But
Yep,
my
go ahead.
understanding, if I may, to you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the position was, came to city council as a position for the police department. Is that correct? Or this is a different new position that the mayor's office is creating?
No, the position is ordinance, so it's the same position. It's, we have a person that has been appointed by the mayor, and that individual is from the police department. A city like Lawrence must have an emergency manager.
According to you, Mr. Spanner.
No, it's by ordinance.
According to you, Mr. Spanner.
Oh, no, I mean, no.
Through you, Madam Chair.
So this pertaining, is there a financial specific question that you have pertaining to this department, to this new department? Because if there is a specific person or not appointed, that has nothing to do with the actual budget that we have right now in front of us. But we do have a salary number that they're looking to get approved within the budget. Is there a specific question pertaining to that, Councilor Luzon?
Yes, Madam Chair. My first question is, well, the first one that I asked, if there was someone in that position, and they answered that. And my second question was if the position came to the city council as a position for the police department. So now what I'm seeing here is basically the creation of a new department with one person. So it looks very different from the first thing that they proposed.
So I can say That's something that we're gonna look into the ordinance. We don't have the ordinance in front of us, but that's something we'll certainly look into for the special meeting of the overall budget, that we can bring this back. Even though this is not a financial related question, but in terms of departments in general, there is such a thing as a one-person department. I was a one-person department previously in other employers, so that is a thing in the workforce, but we will certainly look over the budget, the ordinance for that. For the future.
Through you, Madam Chair, and I understand that there's a certain thing that's one-person department, but my concern is that the city is creating a new department to fulfill a new position. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President.
Just to elaborate around what Councilor Luzon is saying, I think that the financial impacts that we're seeing on the budget is related to the salary. This position used to be done for free by the firefighter chief, and now it was transferred over to a new department and an impact of 130,000. So I believe that that's what probably Councilor Luzon is referring to as well.
Advisor Spanner. This is going to be the last question, then we're moving on.
Yes. No services, unless it's voluntary, is done for free for the city. No services, whether employees, is done unless they fill out a form that says they are volunteer. If that position was previously fulfilled by the fire chief, it was done, first of all, it was done under his contract. It was never written within his contract. It was assumed that it was part of his responsibility. I want to clarify that, and also the other question, so it can be clear. I believe Personnel Department has brought it up before the Personnel Committee to set a salary for that position, and to my knowledge, it was not presented under the Police Department, but as to set the salary of that specific position based on the ordinance.
Just a quick follow-up.
Through you, Madam Chair.
And just a follow-up on that. Can you provide those information to the council so we can have all the details as of what happened, assuming that what you're saying is what entails in the contract of the firefighter chief?
Yes.
And it was not part of his position, perhaps, on writing?
Yeah, we provide you
it was
copies.
assumed that it was on something that he was doing and not necessarily. Whatever details you have, if you can send it to us, and that way we can cross-match information when it comes to the ordinance and the actual position.
Yeah, we will do that through the personnel.
If we can get that by the end of the week, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you. Please continue to Assessor's Office, Capo. And the page number.
Page 42. Page 42 is the assessor's office. There's an increase in this line item for professional services per contract. It's a reval year for the state requires us to reval all properties every 5 years, and this is the contract increase reflects visiting every single property. The assessors here can explain a little more in detail than I can. Other than that, the positions, there's a change in the positions. They had a principal account clerk in this department, but the council recently approved an administrative or an assistant assessor position. So there's a slight increase in salary for that position. The same number of staff people. One position was not there last year, and one position will not be there this year. As clerk and the assistant assessor.
And we do have the Chief Assessor, Mr. Vega, here. Mr. Vega? Chief Vega.
Good evening, councilors. As Mark mentioned, the salaries are contractual. There's 4 staff members in the assessor's office, 3 full-time assessors, including myself, and 1 assistant assessor. The contractual agreement, we're on our 2nd year. We're a 3-year contract with real estate research consultants that have been with the city for 40 years. These guys are experts in their field. We're actually 5 months into the calendar year. However, we're pretty much 60 to 70% complete in our reval year. We have the Bureau of Local Assessments field advisor reviewing all our property record cards to ensure that we are our property record cards are accurate, fair, and equitable. This is the most important part of year in any community in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's the reval year. That's why you see a larger line item. This was recurred a couple years ago. So yeah, other than that, the other line item was myself. The chief assessor was in the union a couple months ago, and it was removed from ordinance to non-union. So that's the salary increase you see there.
Yep. Thank you.
On page 44 begins the treasurer's side, treasurer collector operation. This is the treasurer side of the operation. And there's no changes to the other than personal services. Just moved $1,500 from one line item to another. Added it to postage and took it out of banking services. And then on page 45 are the details of the positions. There's another change here that we collectively bargained with the Supervisor Administrators Union. We, instead of an assistant treasurer, we now have an assistant treasurer and tax collector. So we added the duties of the tax collector for additional bump in pay, so the assistant treasurer position will no longer exist. So there's a slight increase to that, and that was part of my my goal was to get an assistant treasurer and collector, so when Pearl is out of the office, both the collector and the treasurer side, we have somebody to back up each of those offices, as opposed to just on the treasury side. So that'll help with the management of the department.
Do we have the treasurer here today?
We do, we sure do. Pearl Ortiz is here, she's our collector treasurer.
Hello. Good, how are you? Just quickly, yeah.
So just basically reiterating what Mark just said, there's no increases to the overall services, just contractual agreements with salary, as well as just a movement from assistant treasurer to assistant treasurer collector. I serve as both the treasurer and the tax collector, so therefore, in my absence, it was a bit hard to have someone do the tax collector side. And also, we did change one of the principal clerk to an accountant.
Mhm.
Given the fact that we deal with all the monetary aspect from the city, we do want someone that specializes in accounting. Sorry.
That was pretty much page 45. The other change was the principal account clerk to an accountant.
Quick question.
Sure.
For the treasurers and the tax collector's office, which is basically two in one.
Two sides of the operation.
Two sides of the operation. How many on average, and maybe Perla can answer this best, but how many people on average in a day do these offices see? How much service do you provide?
Depends on when the tax bills go out. There's more, when tax bills go out, there's more people coming into the office, particularly there. I'll let Perla speak to it, but motor vehicle excise is, office gets inundated, so depending on the time of year.
Yeah, so we do have one of the largest turnovers similar to the city clerk's office. So on a daily basis, we'll probably see about 25, 30 people, give or take, on the tax collector side. Now, when it comes to the excise tax, which is the largest volume of committed bills that goes out at the beginning of the year, it goes out in February, which is due in March. So normally in that time frame, we do see, give or take, about 100 people a day, which is quite significant. We do have a deputy tax collector that also sits in our office. They're not a City of Lawrence employee. However, sometimes they'll send someone that doesn't speak Spanish, so my staff does assist with that. In addition to that, we also have a lot of people that come into our office to pay for parking and for just general questions. Now, on the treasurer's side, it's more, we do have people that visit the office, but it's mostly the employees because they're turning in cash from their departmental money that they've received and also bringing in checks. But we do see people that come in for like tax title payments.
How long have you been in this position?
5 years.
5 years. Okay. So, and I know my colleagues probably have questions too, but I'm looking at page 45. I'm looking at the salary budget for the treasurer / tax collector, and I'm just, huh?
That's half.
That's half of what?
Half of the salary.
Yeah, that's half. Oh, never mind. I was about to. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I was about to defend you real quick, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Yes, I serve as half of both sides.
Thank the council president, Kaful, because I was about to. I am all set. Last one, and then I'll open the floor to my colleagues. Office of Personnel. Thank you, Perla.
Well, just quickly, the tax collector's office is 46 and 47. So, as you mentioned, Perla's salary is split between both departments. And again, there's a slight change here with the, got rid of the head cashier position and created an account position. Again, because it's basically an accounting function in that department on the treasury side and the collector side. So that's the only change to personnel. Other than that, there is an additional printing and mailing request increase of 5,000. That's only because the treasurer's office pays for the postage machine that everybody in the city hall uses. So postage went up, so we've got to have a few bucks more for the postage machine. Office of Personnel begins on page 48, and page 49 lists the positions that are funded. There's the personnel director, who Michael Owens, who's in the back here as well. You met him last week. And there's a confidential secretary, a personnel aide, and a benefits aide, which comprises the personnel department. There were no increases over the previous year in his other than personal services expenditures. The budget was pretty clean. That pretty much takes care of the budget and finance departments. The other things that I'm in charge of begins in.
We're gonna pause right there. I'm gonna give every 4 bullet points, I'm gonna give an opportunity for our counselors to ask any questions. Counselors, any questions for the assessors, treasurers, tax collectors, and personnel offices? Counselor Marmol.
Through you, Madam Chair, I know we had the chief assessor come up before the podium to speak, but do you mind, Kafo, just going into why the drastic increase of the $62,625 for that position?
Which position was that now?
It's the
Chief assessor.
The assessor's office. Oh, the assessor's office, okay. The assessor's office, the chief assessor.
So to summarize, what happened was the chief assessors, to reiterate, was under a union contract. When they were bargaining, it was difficult to get an increase. Now that that position was taken off out of the union, this position in general was eligible for a salary increase without having to bargain.
Well, we came down to the city council. We collectively bargained removing that position from the union. We got, the chief assessor came out and the parking manager went in, swapped, which was a non-union position. And then we had to come back down to the city council to have the position graded, and that's the reason for the increase.
Okay.
If he were in the union, he would have gotten something similar, but it would have been different.
All right, that was the only thing I knew he had spoken on this, I just didn't catch it.
Yes, Alex.
All right, yeah. Any other questions? Are you all set, Counselor? Any other questions? Counselor Luzon. Pertaining to the same area? Oh, the Council, Council President.
Just to, when the treasurer was talking about the amount of people that they serve, just probably have something, unified across the administration. It might be good to have, like the police department have, that they have this amount of calls that they attend. So if we have like it per year, and they have it per year, per month, and everything else. So probably every department should have some type of data when it comes to amount of service that they provide to people per day, but in average perhaps, and not necessarily during the high season. That will help. Even on the selling point of how hard the department works, because I know they work hard, because I've seen it. But people that are not here, they probably don't see the amount of work and amount of service that they provide. So probably,
Yeah, I don't think we keep track of the number of people who come in, but maybe they could do something. I'll ask Perla to see if she's able to maybe just do some estimates, the hour or something, or have some way of tick-tocking how many people do come into the office.
because I know that the city clerk, the assessor's office, the treasurer, the tax collector, they receive a number of amount of people coming in all the time. It's same as the water department.
Yeah, she
But
can.
other than
Yeah.
that, the other departments, as far as I know, probably the mayor's office receive a lot of people in the city council, but I mean,
If people come in to pay a bill, which often that's what it is, that is recorded, she can kind of extract that information. It's just not something we keep track of, but obviously every person who comes in and pays their tax bill, it's done
That's
in our
recorded.
ERP system, so you can just search, how many payments came in that day, or maybe a month.
And essentially the reason why I'm probably suggesting this is because at the end of the day, the quality of the service might improve by the amount of people that we serve, and we can analyze that data and say, this is the amount of people we served last year, and this is how we can serve them better. Probably to transfer some services online because we have the statistics, or just maintaining all the type of setup or within the office, because we know that that's essentially for that reason.
Well, there is an effort to try and reduce the traffic coming into the office by allowing people to pay online. And as you notice in City Hall, there's a kiosk. Not sure if it gets a lot of use, but there's a kiosk, so people, they come into the counter and they want to pay with a credit card, or there's a line, they can just go to the kiosk and pay their motor vehicle or real estate bill on the kiosk online. So that is an effort to reduce the foot traffic.
Councilor Luzon?
It's Chief Vega. Through you, Madam Chair, can I ask him some questions? Thank you. Are we going to see any increase in taxes?
In this budget?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you explain, please?
I have the information on that, actually I received from Alex.
Can Chief Vega respond to my question if possible?
Just let me give it to him.
And through you, Madam Chair, please do it as simple as possible.
So this afternoon, we worked on a tax shift using the Department of Revenue's calculations. And in this budget, you'll see that the increase would be roughly, we did two analyses, one for $5.8 million, and the average single-family tax bill will increase roughly $259. Condominiums, $144. Two families, $355. I'm sorry, two families, $355. Three families, $150, commercial, $421, and industrial, $2,800. This does not take into account any value increase. This is just the levy amount, the amount of money you raise through taxation. That's in this budget here. The second analysis that we did was an
Can you,
increase.
can you give it, can you say it in percentages to like X percent increase?
I don't have the percentages in this calculation, but I think it'll correlate to what the increase is in the budget.
Through you, Madam Chair, I prefer to get numbers if it's possible. I just want the people, my
like both.
constituents to understand it. And if it's possible, keep doing it in numbers.
Yep, and the next levy amount that we're increasing or proposing to increase is $6.7 million. So that would be single-family home, an increase of $300. Condominium, an increase in taxes of $167, and this is per year. Two families, $410, three families, $481, and commercial, $1,000, and industrial, roughly $3,200. We can provide this analysis to you via email or in hard copy.
So if you can
Thank you.
provide both via email and hard copy to our secretary, that would be great. I'll send it to our secretary. She'll give it to us hard copy as well. I would like to see also, in addition to the exact number, I want to see the percentage increase from last year to what the proposed budget is going to be as well.
Quick question on that.
Council President.
Quick question on that. That was the rate that we set back in November?
Correct, using last year's tax rate and last year's average value. I didn't adjust the values. We don't have our values yet. We just took into account what this budget is proposing an increase of, which is roughly the $6.7 million.
How many sheets do you have there? 2 sheets? So Maria, do you mind taking a copy of those very quick for us?
Oh. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chief. Thanks.
Just to answer just a brief question, I don't have all the percentages, but just on the single family of $259 increase based on the 5.8 million taxes, that's a 6.4% increase, and I believe it's a 7-point-something% increase on the 6.7 million.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 7.4%. As the budget is presented tonight, the tax increase would be.
Overall, what's the overall?
It's $6,781,000. So that's comprised of Proposition 2.5 increase of approximately $2.5 million, and then some excess tax levy capacity to pay for all the collective bargaining and debt service that we have, primarily collective bargaining for this year. And that we're using roughly 3.4 million in excess tax levy capacity.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please continue, Kafo.
I think we were just answering questions from Councilor Luzon. I don't know if she has any more for Alex.
Oh, do you? Do you have any?
No, thank you, Chief Alex. Thank you, Cap.
Debt services.
Got it.
So, quick question on the.
Council
to you,
President.
to you, Madam Chair. The $5.8 million, specifically, the page, can you point it out for me?
That was just a number that he ran. We ran a number for 6.7 and we ran a number for 5.8 million. So the 6.7 million is what's in the budget, and that's on page, it's not exact, but it's close, is on page 17. You'll see there's 7,663,000 in real estate, and personal property was a decrease of 78. That nets out to roughly 7.6 million, which is the anticipated increase to fund this budget as submitted.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, I was just going to get into the items that I'm responsible for in the back of the book on page 149. We could start with debt service. and it's actually 150 as the details, but our debt service actually decreased a little bit, a couple $100,000 over the previous year. But you see our debt service is 14.5 million. And in the appendix, which is the very last
150.
page of your budget book, that's the detail of all the debt service that the city has outstanding, which equals the 14.5 million. Also on the very last page is the debt service. That's in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. That's on page 180. And again, it's all detailed, all the debt service related to the water and sewer accounts, Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund.
The last page, yeah.
And on page 151 begins our intergovernmental assessments. These are, I'll just quickly run down them. We have a state assessment of $120,000. That's the repayment of, we owe the state treasurer for some non-contributory pension contributions that we didn't make, so we're on a payment plan. We owe the state roughly $2 million, and for 5 years, we paid $75,000, and for the next 5 years, we're gonna be paying $120,000, and so on until it's paid off. I negotiated this, the state treasurer, completely interest-free. We don't pay any interest on it, we're just required to repay the state. There's a state assessment, a special education assessment comes in for the cherry sheet for $53,000. Air pollution is, again, is a cherry sheet item that's assessed by the state for mosquito pollution, things like that, $22,000. The Merrimack Valley Transit Authority is assessing us at $1,279,000.
Are you still on the same page, intergovernmental?
On page 152 is the
152,
details.
the details.
So the Merrimack Valley Transportation Authority is roughly $1,279,000 is the assessment. We have a $34,000 assessment from the Merrimack Regional Planning Commission. And then the RV surcharge, every time we mark a vehicle for non-payment of parking tickets or excise at the registry, they charge us $75. So they assess us on the cherry sheet. We don't cut a check to them, they just take it out of our state aid, and that's $191,000. So the total intergovernmental assessment on page 152 is $1.7 million.
Council President. Council President.
Can you go back two sentences on what you were saying about the registry of motor vehicles?
Yeah, the registry of motor vehicles, when somebody doesn't pay their parking ticket or their excise, motor vehicle excise tax, we send them reminders to pay. After they don't pay, we can mark them at the registry so they can't renew their driver's license without paying their motor vehicle excise or parking tickets, outstanding parking tickets.
We're just gonna go down your list so we can just wrap your section up. So continue, and then we'll go to councilor questions.
I have employee benefits on page 154 that are spelled out. We have a pension assessment, the top number of 10.3 million. That was a decrease over the prior year. The retirement office, we had, they changed their actuarial valuation method, so there was a favorable gain, which helped the city of Lawrence. But we're still gonna pay the pension fund will still be paid up, I believe, 2030, 31, is it? No, the pension system has to be paid up by 2032. I think we're estimating we'll be paid up before that. 2030, 2035? 2035. So anyway, so the actuarial, changing the actuarial method saved us a few bucks, so we're appreciative of that. And again, in this budget page is unemployment. We kept it at 150,000. We haven't had a lot of experience in unemployment claims, but we certainly want to have the money there in case anything comes up. Medicare taxes, the city has to match the 1.45% taken out of employee salary. So we've got an increase from 775 to 800,000 in that line item. Group insurance commission is our health insurance. So we have a slight increase of $295,000 in that line item. And then there's a group life of $9,000, dental of $608,000. And then, as I alluded to earlier, we have $400,000 set aside for requesting $400,000 be added to the reserve for line of duty payments, $300,000 for uncompensated absence reserve, and then $350,000 for workers' compensation reserve fund. Let's see, and then on page 156 is a detail of the two insurances we pay. We pay property insurance on all our buildings at $144,000, and auto insurance on all the vehicles that we have estimated at $500,000 for next year. We had met with our insurance carrier, we had a decrease in our auto policy, thank goodness. And I think I alluded to the other financing sources and uses on page 158 earlier. Basically, all we have here is the AGO capital reserve of $1.2 million. We're required to set aside 1.5% of our prior year's tax levy in what's called a PAYGO capital. And next year's calculation works out to $1,266,836. So that's in the budget. And the other line items that we had last year, as I mentioned, the contingency reserve and the fiscal stability fund do not have to be funded this year, so that's the decrease of $2.7 million. I think that concludes everything in the A&F's budget presentation.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments for our CAFO? Council President.
Sure. What was the percentage for that PAYGO capital?
1.5% of the prior year's tax levy, which is roughly 80+ million.
Any other questions, or are you all set?
Yeah, no, I have one more question.
Oh, Council President. Just one more.
Can you go back to page 152 and define a few things here for us? The state assessments, what that intakes, I know that is $45,000 more.
Yeah, that's the payment to the repayment to the state treasurer. A couple of years after I got here, we discovered that the state was, I guess they were sending us money for non-contributory pensions, people who were hired before 1937 or 1939. They were not required to pay towards their pension. So if they did pay, the state would pick up the liability for those non-contributory pensioners, and they would send us a check. Well, like apparently they sent us a check for about 12 years, the same amount. Well, if you had to work in 1937, you were aging out. So every year that payment should have decreased. But the state kept on sending us the same check, and we kept on cashing it. Nobody knew what the check was for. So when I arrived, I got a hold of this check and found out a little bit more about it. And sure enough, the state treasurer comes knocking saying, hey, we need to get a census on how many non-contributory pensioners you have. And when we said, geez, we only have about 12 or 13, they were paying us for like 100. So we did a little reconciliation. We owed them roughly $2 million. So I negotiated with the state treasurer to interest-free. He just wanted it paid back. They met with the state retirement board or state retirement board. And we agreed to pay, since it wasn't our fault, $50,000 for 5 years and $75,000, I think, for 5 years. Now we're on the third 5 years. We pay $120,000 for the next 5 years, and I think it goes up to $175,000, and then we're finally paid up. So I have a schedule. That's what that is. We're the only ones in the state, I'm sure, that pays that.
Council
Two
President.
questions on that page as well. The Regional Transit Authority, can you explain that a little more? Because I know we have a couple of agreement with them. Perhaps we have the free buses, which is not included here, I believe.
Well, this is the,
And then we have the other agreement on other things that are using. Can you explain these specifically?
yeah, this is the Merrimack Valley Transit Authority is a quasi-governmental entity. They have a budget. It gets approved by the state, and then the state assesses it to all of the 17 or so communities that make up the Merrimack Valley Transit Authority. And it's based on usage or population and usage. I'm not exact, I think it's more usage than anything else, the bus routes that run through. And they assess us, this is our share of that operation. So you can see last year was $1,247,000. It's up 31,000 to $1,279,000. And that's, we pay 1.3 million, residents pay 1.3 million to the Merrimack Valley Transit Authority. And thankfully, they don't have to pay fares for that because they've been free for the last year or so. And maybe, hopefully next year, they'll still be free. But through our taxes, we do still pay 1.3 million.
Can you look into that assessment a little bit and provide us a little details? Because I mean, that's a little, it could be something that subject to look into it.
You mean how it's calculated? I can ask the Merrimack Valley to calculate. I believe it's either based on, it's probably population and routes, but I know the number of routes that run through your community.
I just want to run, if they have the run of the numbers, like perhaps numbers that they use, and take a look at how they arrive to that number that we actually paying for. And on the same matter, on the same page, I don't know, probably not on the same page, but I mean, on the other page, can you point out to me the $1.8 million that we pay for the loan that we took, the loan or perhaps the law that passed over that help out Lawrence with the $27.2 million? You know what I'm referring to?
Where was that?
I know that within the budget, but I haven't been able to find it yet. There is a $1.8 million payout to the law that was the law that passed to help out the city of Lawrence with a loan of 27 point.
You mean, yeah, 27 point, we borrowed $27.4 million.
Can you point it out on the budget, what is that?
It's in the, actually, it's on the last page of the budget under page 179. I believe it'll be shown there. So the very last line, you'll see deficit note renewal. And at the beginning, at June 30, 24, we'll have 10.3 million outstanding. And in FY 25, we're going to be making a payment of roughly with interest and principal of about 1.8 million. And so that'll leave us with an outstanding deficit note of 8.7 million at June 30th of 25. Very last line on the deficit notes renewal, on page 179. That's the detail of the deficit notes.
So I see here that outstanding around 630 is going to be.
You can see the original loan amount, which is 27,362,450. We'll end this year at 6/30/24 as we made our payment. We'll have 10,320,000 that's owed at June 30th. And then in FY 25, I believe we make the payment every September. So we'll be making the $1.8 million payment, which will leave us only $8.7 million remaining in deficit notes. We've done a good job coming from 27 down to 8.
Any other
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, councilors? Seeing none, thank you so much, CAFO. The information that was requested tonight, if we can get it before the end of the week, that would be great. Moving on to the city council budget. Council President.
Good evening, councilors and Madam Chair. Through you, the City Council have a budget for the total amount of 476,721,000. The city council have received since there is 9 city councilors, the city council president, and 8 councilors with different set of salaries. The city council voted last year, a year and a half ago, to increase the city council's salaries from 15,000 to 25,000, and the city council president went up from 17,500 to 27,500, and that increased the budget of the city council when it comes to personnel to $45,501. We have an executive secretary for the total amount of 10 people within the city council office. We look into different things to be able to increase the service that we provide at the city council. We look at the professional services, and we also look at the personal services, as well as the printing and mailing, and other services, other purchasing services, out of straight travel and dues and membership. We increased those, as you can read on the budget, for an amount of the purchasing services. We asked to increase the budget for the total amount of the entire section for the total amount of 10,500. The professional services we asked to be increased by 15,000, and other charges and expenditures, which is out-of-state travel and dues and membership, we asked to be increased by 9,000, for the total amount of increasement on the city council office for the total amount of 80,000, including $45,000 for salary increase that it was approved back then a year and a half ago to be implemented this year for the new council that was elected.
Councilors, any questions or comments?
I'll give you some explanation so I can help out a little more the people looking at the meeting. Those are membership, we try to increase that from 1,000 to 5,000. The reason being is because we want the state councils to get involved, different organizations, so we can actually look at, as a council, what other cities and towns are doing. We're looking for collaboration, we're looking for training, we're looking to have more people from our community getting involved, and for that we definitely need training as of how we're gonna get more people involved. The city of Lawrence have over 100,000 people, and those are our constituents, and they deserve a quality service. Essentially, the culture of the city council, we're looking at it to see how we can become more accessible, more friendly to our constituents, and for that we need more training. Professional services, we have maintained services that we found, and we also would like to increase those services. When it comes to the city council, I believe that things that were implemented in the past, those are something that we can keep and maintain and also improve. To improve those services, we need more funds.
And that could include something like our interpretation service. That's an example of a professional service that comes out of the city council budget.
Yep, we have the interpreters here. Anybody that wanted to come over to the city council and doesn't speak our main language, they can definitely ask for translation. And we have a professional services on that, and we want to keep that. We want to look into different things, perhaps the use of technology to be able to be more accessible to the public. The fact that we have a new system that people are receiving a better quality of the image and our meetings. We're looking to implement new things in relation to the technology that we just get, and those are different programs that we're looking to do for the main purpose of getting our community more involved within what we do here at the City Council. The reason that we are Department 001 is because it's an important department. Any questions?
Any questions, councilors? Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. I don't notice, there's no expenses in the budget for local events, but you do have, and I'm new, people know that I'm new to the City Council, but you have, the budget has in item for state travel. Is that something that the council has considered to do?
Yeah, essentially, we are looking into the different expenses we have, and if there is any particular events, essentially, there is a specific event, not as many as we have in the city of Lawrence. We have a lot of events that we need to go and pay our own package. We don't have the leverage of other departments to actually pay for the city council for every event. I always have said that the city council should be able to attend to a few events that at least that the city council pay for. We started up with one, and we're gonna keep on doing at least 3, 4 a year. So those events that are representative to the full spectrum of the community that are important, that we consider those as essential to our community based on history, based on culture, based on whatever the city council decide. But we're gonna have at least 3 or 4 that we're gonna be able to. We're gonna look into support.
Thank you, Council President.
For the entrance.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I guess that concludes the City Council budget. Thank you, Council President. At this point, I will have the mayor's office. Hello again, Advisor Spanner. Where's the mayor's budget?
Page 41.
Ready when you are.
Yes, I am. So for the mayor's office, the mayor is making, as you see in the budget, we have an additional increase. The increases reflect salaries. The mayor is requesting $83,715 in increases. That's for those in the office that have been working consistently for 3 years. And this will be the new budget year. In terms of purchase of services, the mayor is requesting an additional, I believe, $125,000. The mayor's focus this year is more on community engagement, which involves also the youth. He wants to request additional funding for him to hire consultants for the music school. That's on 147 Haverhill Street, among other projects. And the other expenses that are involved are due to the same. So he wants to communicate and disseminate more information to the community in terms of the work that he's doing in the community, and also progress that has been made at City Hall. Supplies, an additional 7,000, because in supplies you have also this certain contracts that we have for, let's say, the printing, or other additional furniture that are needed.
So, councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Marmol.
Through you, Madam Chair, so just to gain clarity on the other purchase services, is it just, well, no, it isn't just for the music school. Are you able to provide more details in terms of what are the other services?
Well,
That
it varies. It varies in the mayor's office. The mayor can also use some of these funds for outside counsel when it's needed, depending on the subject. It could be also additional projects that he's working on that may, amongst others, is the like I mentioned, the music school. What he would like to do is collaborate with, we need to design a program for the music school. There's two components. One is the physical aspect that will require hiring of architects in terms of, we do have a sample, but when it comes to the real details concerning the construction, that needs to be finalized. Fundraising is going to be part of it as well, so that's going to involve funding for it. And also he wants, as I mentioned before, he wants to use some of the funds as well for community engagement.
how much would you say that from the 125 would go towards the music school?
I think music school, and also it would be, I would say 60% of that, 60% of the amount, 60 to 70%, more or less. This is a top priority for him, because this project has been, is running a little behind. So he wants to put his entire focus on this.
In regards to advertising, I'm seeing an increase of 5,000. So I'm just wondering, like, is that much needed, considering that I'm noticing the fiscal year 24 through April was half of the recommended, the mayor's recommendation for fiscal year of 2025, which is 70. Is there an explanation for that?
Yes, of course. The mayor has a responsibility, besides the Department of Planning and Development and Department of Economic Development and Community Development, to showcase or dispel any old stereotypes and images that the city has had in the past. That requires money. It requires good marketing, good advertising in the community, and outside the community, doing the outreach and to attract, basically, not only because development, we're already working on it, but also attracting new types of businesses that would make people, comfortable in investing in the city. And that's the only job that the mayor, that job belongs to the mayor.
So pretty much it'll be used for, to attract, like, the purpose of this is to put out advertisement to attract investors to invest within the community?
Yes, exactly. And this also involves, a collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce.
You all set? Councilor Luzon.
So when you refer to the music school, are you referring to the Jackie Chan, what's the name again?
The Nikki
Nikki
Chan.
Chan.
So yes,
Yes,
so
I'm could be your mother.
point of clarification, Counselor. So yes, it is the City of Lawrence, the City of Lawrence Nikki Jam Music and Art School. Just to give a little background information, because I was the one who spearheaded this entire project. So we are looking. The city's also looking to, and this is why we need the city needs the funds for this, but We are also in collaboration with the Latin Grammys. We've had numerous, not recently, but within last year, numerous meetings with Nikki's team, and also an executive director from the Latin Grammys Foundation. And they're looking for specific details on what is going to happen in this building. They're looking for a specific curriculum. They're looking for how many employees will we need, et cetera. So then they can know where to come in and help us with funding. I mean, they're even offering to help us with recruitment and all of that. However, we do not have a solid plan to present to the Latin Grammys Foundation and to Nikki Jan's team to move this project forward.
Yeah, and Councilor, through you, Madam Chairperson, we're trying to collaborate as well with other agencies. I don't want to mention all of them because conversation has not started yet, and we haven't determined which organizations or institutions, let me use the word institutions, would be best to work with. So we're evaluating which one we need to choose based on the levels of expertise and success, and those that would be willing to work with our demographics as well. But that's the type of collaboration that we need to do. And we need to move expeditiously with this because it has been almost a year, if I'm not believe.
It's been over. This started almost 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, but also, last year there was an event, and if there's no follow-up, it becomes, it shows as if we don't have a particular interest, and that's not the case.
Councilor Zhou.
So my understanding is that and enlighten me because I'm confused here. So that Nikki Jam team was going to pay for the school, or is a collaboration between the city and his team? Can you please clarify?
Yes, you're correct. But these funds that we are requesting is part of just making sure that the infrastructure is ready. And I think the chairperson has indicated clearly, like for instance, the artist, Nikki Jam, would not be involved directly into the programmatic stuff. We need to make sure that we have a curriculum. He may sponsor certain programs and instruments. He can even finance, let's say, instruments or literature in order for the students' music books and so forth. But in terms of the details in regards to the physical aspect of the building or the programmatic stuff, that's something that is our responsibility as a municipality.
That money that the mayor is requesting is for a consultant for music.
I mean, a part
music
of it,
consultant.
part of, not the whole 125.
Okay.
That's
what would you say the amount will be?
Well, it could be distributed,
Okay.
like I mentioned, probably 70% for between 60 and 70% for the music school and other consultings that he's requesting the funding for.
Can we get clarification on how the funds requested is going to be distributed?
You mean distributed is very difficult to say because
okay.
The reason why it's difficult to say is because you budget for something and maybe you can save some money, but also there might be other expenses that is needed that for now, if you ask specifically for the cost, it's impossible for me to, and I don't want to misinform the council or this body for something that you will hold me accountable for later on that I said it was going to cost $50,000, $60,000, and so forth.
So we don't have any idea, through you, Madam Chair, of the cost of this project. We don't have any idea.
Oh,
we don't
no,
have
the cost of the project is...
In total?
The cost of the project in total would be close to $3 million.
Okay.
And 125 or whatever the mayor is asking as part of some of the funds that he can use towards this project is nothing to be compared to. But we need to start.
So this is to begin, basically?
To begin, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And for...
Well, some work has already been done. I mean,
Yeah.
the councilor Infante can say that, the vice chair.
Yeah.
But now is the follow-up. Now is the real meat and potato of the work.
Just the specifics that the original parties, the other parties are looking for in order to help us financially or whatever it is that they can provide, but we just don't have a concrete plan. And I do have additional information on all of this for our new counselors that would like more information. We can talk offline because this is, the other part of it is not budget and finance related, but it's details, it's important details for you guys to understand the overall project. So
Thank you.
I will be more than happy to provide that. Any other questions or comments? You have, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, advisor, I'm looking at the budget from fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, the proposed for the mayor's office. Obviously, there was a tremendous increase when it comes to the mayor's office. Since 2022, fiscal year 2022, the budget at the mayor's office was significantly lower, and now it has been increased. And this year we've seen an increase of 233,000, 215,000, and as a general increasement, bringing the budget of the mayor's office to 1.282, 1,282,000. And if I look at my notes from fiscal year 2023, for some things that we have discussed here, last year you have $150,000 for purchase and services. And my notes indicate that the intent of that fund was to reach new investment for small business for the city of Lawrence. So do you have any feedback that you can give us about, you can provide it to us, as to how that money was used and what was the accomplishment?
Well, as you know, the mayor has organized or initiated different initiative on a local level in part of the community engagement with different groups within the community. Not only as part of recognizing, but also acknowledging that they are an essential part of the community. Remember when I came before you, we've identified different, we said that we wanted to reserve some of these funds for diversity, because there are other communities, individuals or population within our communities that are besides Spanish speaking and English speaking. The good thing is that the mayor has involved and have been engaged with most of these or a wide variety of other community members, and he has been successful with it as well. Remember, the funds that we are requesting, and we have requested, is because you see much movement within the community. Much more activities in the community compared to, let's say, in previous years. But we have done an aggressive job with little money, but as we grow, there is higher demand from other population groups within the community. Also, the mayor is meeting on a regular basis based on many other activities with investors. As you know, we're trying to promote the city. And right now, there's a RFQ process that, a request of letter intent that the LRA is performing. But from the mayor's side, there's also other initiatives that the private sector would like to be involved. That also has to do with development and not specifically activities that are within the urban renewal. And those are the things that he's focused on and has been very successful. Hopefully this year is a year that we can, fiscal year that we have, a lot more action in terms of projects that are being initiated, and that there's also follow-up on the conversation that he has had in the past.
So essentially, we're saying that the purchasing services for the mayor's office will be for the project related to the music.
A great part would be
Great
used
part.
for the music and also, I would call it youth development, because it forms part of it.
Music and arts.
Because
Yeah.
you need, it as part of the
Say
recruitment
like
process.
60% perhaps.
Yeah, 60, it could be 60, 70%. It's very difficult for me to put a number, but that's what we concluded, that it would be approximately $125,000
The reason that I'm
increase.
asking is because I'm seeing that older section of the budget from the mayor's office increased tremendously. No, I mean, expend more money than what they have allocated previously. And that I'm assuming that if Marcanello, my,
Clarify
favor
certain-
there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm assuming that within the city, within the budget, the mayor's office budget, they were transferred between one account to another account. And I'm assuming that perhaps on office supplies, about $5,000 were spent when actually it was only $500 approved. So about $4,500 were transferred to that specific line item. And my assumption is that it was used maybe from purchasing services.
Yes, correct. It happens because it's a budget. It depends on what, we're trying to maintain within our, in the mayor's office, we try to maintain and use the funds that are available responsibly and that we can account for. But it's a normal process within a department that, let's say, a travel came up, or if there is an event that the mayor, a good example is going to be in the beginning of the fiscal year, the new fiscal year, we're going to have a meeting with financial institutions. And that's going to be part of the cost as well. I don't know the details more or less of what it's going to cost, but it may be a city venue that we would utilize. Maybe it's going to be a different venue that we may use.
Yeah, and that I understand that, but looking at the trends on within the mayor's office budget, it looked like, there is some allocations or were used based on those funds, and based on my notes that I have from 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, and today, perhaps the main discussion was around that specific line item. And is that line item, funds get transferred to another things that are not being disclosed here. And then that's kind of like, what we kind of like, it's difficult for us to follow up on things that is supposed to be done.
Right.
But tend to be used, the funds tend to be used for something else. I
Yeah.
can see here that other expenses also went through the same situation, up to April 10 of 2024. About $5,660 were used when only $2,000 were allocated for other expenses. So is that use
That's why we try to accommodate the budget, It's very difficult to say in the beginning of an administration, because we have a very demanding community, okay? And in addition to being very demanding, which is a good thing, is a positive thing. We also have two components. You have, or maybe various. You have the community in general, but you also may have, depending on what community members would be. It could be the seniors, it could be the adults, it could be the younger generation, it could be the business community, it could be the small business community. So in the beginning, when you see and you compare the different budgets, we also shift. That's part of our job, to accommodate our budget depending on the priority. And that's what my boss wants to let you know.
Can you define very quick what other expenses means? How you guys use those funds?
The other expenses might be, let's say, just like miscellaneous expenses that might, usually other expenses, you count an X percentage of what the total budget is, and then besides salary, what you're going to use it for. Say if you run over in one item, it might be fair and also reasonable to add funding for unforeseen costs.
All right, another question that I have, somebody asked me, about the mayor's office, there is 10 positions. Compared to the city council, there is 10 positions at this office also. And if I look at the list, I won't be able to put names related to positions. Do you mind going over each position and tell us? I have 3 here, write it down, which is the mayor, Brian De Peña, the chief of staff, Santiago Matias, the senior advisor,
Myself.
the governance partner. And then from there, I can't determine.
Okay, can I start from the fourth? So
Just start from the fourth.
yes, we have Mr. Santiago Matias is the chief of staff. You have, starting with the mayor.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know the mayor. We have Claudia Hoyos as the executive assistant. We have Nestor Castillo as the communication and constituent services. We have myself.
Wait.
Say that again?
You know, we can provide this document.
Just quick what you have.
Yeah.
The administration and constituent services,
That's Mr. Nestor Castillo.
the program coordinator, and
For-
community development.
For economic development.
Economic development, that position is vacant.
Vacant.
That position is vacant
So
for now.
only 9 people are the city mayor and the mayor's office?
Sorry?
Only 9 people are currently on the mayor's office?
No, I have more person. We have Angelo Nunez, who's the data entry clerk. We have Paola Perez. She's the, we have 3 position at administrative coordinator. Paola Perez. We have Miss Maria Taveras, and Miss Thelma Gomez, and yours truly, as well as Anil Navkar, that works as a volunteer, as an advisor to the mayor on environment and energy.
I'm an aide for special projects under the communications and constituent services.
Yes, that's, there's 2.
No, there's
What's only
one.
Administration for,
I thought you, the administrative aides to the mayor, that one?
Administrative aid
I made
for special projects.
for special projects.
That would be Miss Maria Taveras.
And then she's not
No,
on the administrative coordinator.
He mentioned an administrator
See?
coordinator.
Yeah, but
Yeah, pero-
This one.
This one's, one of these is vacant, and Maria's using the salary of that one, the one
Well, the
that's vacant.
special project one is vacant.
No, economic development.
Communication and constituent services, that's Nestor.
Administrative aides to
That's
the mayor, I
Nestor.
think.
Administrative aid for special projects, that's the vacant one. Okay, we have one position that is vacant.
No, sir. Who is the administrator aide to the mayor?
As you can see, that those two positions were
Oh, they're
eliminated.
gone.
Yep.
Okay, position, they're gone.
All right, let's go from the top. Mayor Brian De Peña, Chief of Staff Santiago Matias, Senior Advisor Octavian Spanner, Program Coordinator for Economic Development is vacant.
Yes,
Administrative Aid for Communications and Constituent Services, Nestor.
correct.
Administrative Aid for Special Projects, Maria.
Correct.
Executive Assistant, Claudia. Administrative Coordinators, Paola and Firma.
Correct.
And Maria is not included in that, correct?
And the administrative coordinator,
Because
She's on top.
she's for special projects, that's where the
Yes,
confusion is,
correct.
okay. All right, administrative aides to the mayor, those two positions got eliminated. Data entry clerk, Angelo. And we covered all the bases.
Yes.
No, it's not eliminated.
These two,
They
you
asking
can
for
see.
one, this one?
No, these two right here. You see how it says -2? That means it was eliminated. Any other questions? Council President, you all set?
So how many, through you, Madam
Hold on.
Chair?
Council President, you all set? Okay, we'll come back to you. Councilor Luzon.
So in total, it's 10 employees? No?
Yes.
10?
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And we have a volunteer position as well.
Yeah.
So it's 11.
Is the person greeting in the front of City Hall, is that part of this budget?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Mr.
That's the
Angelo
data
Nunez.
entry clerk.
6, wow.
Yeah,
Makes good money.
that's a good job.
Actually, I don't think he makes.
That's a very good job.
Advisor Spanner, going to the overall, I have noticed that the chief of staff still drives a DPW truck as a former DPW employee. Where is that being expensed out of? And I don't even think that should be allowed. Can you explain that a little bit? Because I don't see any of these expenses.
I cannot respond to that. I cannot respond to that. I haven't seen him personally driving it, but I can inquire concerning.
Everybody has to.
I personally saw him. He drove past me on Friday.
I've been very busy in the city. And for respect of
So
my
hold on,
colleague,
guys, hold
I
on,
am-
hold on.
I'm going to pass to that. I would, if to respect of part of the team and my colleague, I would bring this to the mayor's attention and have a memo be written to you.
Thank
as a
you.
response.
I would appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Luzon.
Just for the record, this mayor's office is the one with most employees and with the highest budget in the history of Lawrence. And it's very concerning to some of the constituents we serve.
I may say, Counselor, that it may be like that. I respect your opinion, but there's more activities that you have ever seen under this administration compared to the others. As part of-
Advisor Spanner, if I may, through you, Council, Madam Chair. My constituents, they think differently. They think, some of them think that some of your employees are not doing their job that they're supposed to be doing, so others have to cover. That's from some of my constituents.
Okay. You all set? Yes. Give me 1 second, Councilor Marble. Advisor Spanner, under employee training, last budget, there was no monies allocated for that. This year, the next fiscal year, the office is looking to allocate $3,000. What type of employee training is the office looking to implement?
I believe the mayor, the reason it was requested, because there's 2 employees that we think that, just like our IT person is indicating, digitalization is very important. That is an important aspect as well for the mayors. The amount of people that the mayor's meeting with is tremendous. And there's certain trainings that are required even for the most intelligent person or knowledgeable person in the department. And we want to make sure that there's 2 individuals that we would like to do. And I would reserve those names because that's part of training that we would like to discuss with the HR department.
Okay. Councilor Marble.
Through you, Madam Chair. Okay, so just to gain clarity in terms of the changes, under administrative coordinator, there's currently 2, but then I'm seeing a change of 1. So is there going to be a projection of 3 in total, or is it just supposed to be 2 and that 1 is an error? And then I'll have a follow-up question based on your answer.
Okay, we have 2. The recommendation is to have this one, right?
So is it going to be 3 in total, or is it just? No, it should have been -1 since Maria left.
Te quitaron eso de posición. No, that's a negative, that's subtracting.
Yes, it's 10 positions,
Que lo están
and
quitando.
only 9 individuals.
Okay, I think my mistake was, I'm reading administrative coordinator, there was there's formerly one, the change is adding one more with a total of 2 in that,
bracket.
within that position. Okay, so my question in regards to these positions is that I'm noticing an increase of approximately $22,000 per person. Why is there such a big hike on these positions that, you know, it's not a new position? So it's not like there's an agreement or some sort of,
Well, the reason might be, and I can be very, very candid with you, individuals in that office work at the pleasure of the mayor. Work at the pleasure, we come and go with the mayor. These are not positions, and the exception, I believe, is one position that's been, that would, in the case of the mayor not being reelected, would be placed back, I think, to another department. But all of us within the department, it is a salary comparison that went before you with a respective salary increase from, and they all fall under the range. There's no position here that went beyond the range.
when you say range according to, like, whose model are you following?
The non-union salary compensation that were presented by the Collins
Institute.
Collins Center is adopted.
So we're pretty much trying to match what the average is for these positions?
And to a certain extent, yes. The answer is yes.
Is that something that you guys are able to provide?
Yes, Capo, can you send a copy of the Collins report to every new counselor that we have on the full council, just so they can be prepared for the special meeting before the end of this week? Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, just to finalize my thought process through you, Madam Chair, is just,
Yes.
a lot of these positions seem very entry level, but then for some reason, the pay does not seem to coincide with the position. So that's the reason why I would love to see if we are going off of some sort of model, which it's just matching what it should be representative for these positions, then I'm okay with that. But for the time being, I do have some issue in regards to a major increase to these positions when there is potentially there isn't a justification for it.
Yeah, well, that information will be provided to you. It has gone before the city council.
Yeah, I believe I mean, everybody should be, I don't have the details in front of me, but everybody should be within the range that was adopted in the ordinances for the non-union compensation plan. So these positions are all listed in that non-union compensation plan, and they should be within a range. They're all, you know, to recall the Collins Center, the ranges are say 40 to 65,000, then they go from 50 to 80,000, and there's a range up until you get to the top. So they should all be within their range.
So you meaning to tell me a data entry clerk, the average is $68,000, almost $70,000 for this position?
If it's in I don't have the non-union compensation plan in front of me, but that must be within the range. I don't know if it goes to 70, if that's the top of the range, or is we'd have to look.
Can you provide the documents, please, so they can cross-reference, so we can cross-reference and just confirm, double-check everything. Councilor Marmol, any other further questions? Councilor Luzon. Hold on, 'cause
Yes,
you had your hand.
thank you, Madam Chair. Consultant funds. I noticed that we have the senior advisor. It's in the budget. How many of these consultants the mayor has? Is that included in?
No.
From where you get the money?
No, the consulting services would fall under the same purchase services.
Any idea of the amount of money that this administration is spending in consultants?
From his department,
Kaufman?
we haven't had any consultants, we haven't had any consultants that we have requested.
You can
the
send a
amount that
memo.
We requested,
Spent 12,000 in April out of this.
yeah, we spent 12,
Spent 36.
right. Yeah, so here we have through April, other purchase services was 12,804. Out of the 178. So for right now,
you can
he
send me-
hasn't, he only expended a portion of it.
You can send me that information if
Yeah.
it, but also from what funds was the consulting agency owned by Mr. Matos, from what fund it was getting paid? I would like to know
Those funds
that.
came out of community development.
Okay.
Planning and development, economic development is one department.
All
So
right,
some of
so it
those
was
funds-
not from the mayor's office.
Which we will go over tomorrow, I believe.
Thank you, Advisor Spanner.
Any, Council President?
Out of the 10 employees that you have, we need to clarify a few things on the employees, because currently there is 10 positions, there is one vacant, or you still have 10 positions there.
Yes, 10 positions, yes, and a volunteer that's working. 10 positions.
But there is 10 people actually working there. It's 9?
9.
Okay. So there's 9 people working and a volunteer. So, I'm seeing here longevity. Why the mayor's office is getting longevity?
I think the mayor's position,
They're not
right?
satisfied with it.
Someone, let me see.
Why longevity?
Yeah, they have longevity of two. Somebody in the mayor's office must have hit longevity. I think it's, there's an employee that transferred from, I believe the school department or some other departments had time served from a different department before they went into the mayor's office. So, and
Can you tell us which one it is?
off the top of my head, no, I don't, but
I believe.
we budgeted because somebody's either going to hit that mark. I'm looking at the FY '24 budget, there was only 900 in longevity. And in the FY '25 budget, they budgeted 2,000, so usually payroll department, calculated, somebody must have been hitting the milestone.
I think it's Thelma.
Yeah, I think it's Thelma, and maybe somebody else.
Gomez.
She used to work for the city on the
On
another
the school
part?
department. Yeah.
All right, when it comes to the increasements for the budget, it is very significant. And it is something that, this council is looking into, because, it's compared to last year. I understand that previous year, it was an increasement and different things that were were requested, but I'm seeing that, budget is split around in the situation with all the purchase and services, looking at the fact that through April 10, you only spent $12,800. It is something that is something to look into it. You justify it through the project that the mayor has, but I think it will be a little bit more like I would like to see more details on that.
Council President, through you, Madam Chair, some of the funds that were, that the mayor used, and in this case, a good example would be, some funds were used through the ARPA for Northern Essex Community College English as a Second Language program. And that has been used, and the mayor decided to use the ARPA funding for it and not use the funds out of his particular budget. And we anticipated doing some of the work in advance that we are doing this year, but for lack of let's say, time, and other activities that there was a delay, and one of them is the Nicky Jam School.
Through you,
Alright,
ma'am.
let's keep it up to that point, let's get more details, because I'm seeing that, you know, we keep on going back to the same project. I'll hold the questions for, prior for that.
For later.
Next section.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
So some of the salaries are funded by Alpha funds, just for my understanding?
No, none.
Okay,
None
thank you.
whatsoever.
So you're not able to move funds from
We
one
don't
item
move any
to the
funds
other?
from
Alpha
from ARPA
funds.
funding to
They are
salary.
not
There's
for
no-
salaries?
Yeah, right. No
Thank you for the
salary,
explanation.
And also not, we don't double dip. So that means that one employee that works with the city, is not compensated for doing any other work, for, let's say, other entity or other services that are provided.
My last question, advisor. You think this amount of money is sustainable for the city? This amount of money is spent in salaries to one specific office?
This is the way I can answer it. It takes the head to move the body. It takes the head to move. It's just like a nervous system, your skeleton system. All departments follow the vision of the mayor. Everything that you see that we do, and gradually. So there has been improvement, and in terms of how we have performed in the beginning and how we're doing right now. The budget has been balanced. We got a good audit report, not only based on the finances, but also based on management. And that's a huge plus for a city our size with the complex nature that we have. And that is not only to be applauded, and surely for our mayor, it's a good thing, and for you as well as the city council, as well as all of our employees that are coming on a day-to-day basis and perform. And you've seen part of it tonight, how professional our staff that have presented tonight, and I have no doubt that during the process and the following evenings, they're gonna do the same. And we're not always on the same page. We debate, but at the end of the day, it's a good family so far.
Advisor Spanner, it also means that taxes in the city will increase, just to put it for the record. So increase in salaries is equal to increase in taxes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought you were gonna hold.
2 more questions.
Two more questions and that's it. Council President.
Last year, when it comes to the advertising, you mentioned on that question that I asked last year, it was that the mayor was gonna use that for videos.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
See, like, you remember.
Yeah, and also remember, Council President, that I was corrected by the Vice Chair that a portion, and I don't see it divided here, I think, is advertising and marketing, which are two
completely different things.
Two different.
So another thing, we did request that last year. Thank you for the reminder. Can you add that to the never-ending list of things to get to us? Because marketing and advertisement are two completely different things.
So, somebody asked me, okay, those are expensive videos, and where are those videos?
Well,
so
and-
people wanted to know, like,
and
we
I-
have
I'm-
seen a few here and there, and this and that project kind of like, like, what is it? Can you explain?
I may disagree because we went through a procurement process and the numbers that we received were from the three most responsive bidders. Our vendor that we have has been is giving us the best price.
What was the methodology you used for the procurement?
We advertised, I know the purchasing agent is not here tonight, but we advertised and we received a pool of individuals that responded. the purchasing agent submitted to the mayor's office a list of 3 candidates, and based on those 3 candidates, they were basically evaluated by different staff members.
All right, can you provide us with the details as to how you have spent the $36,515?
Yes, I can do that. I don't know what the top of my
And
head.
last question, there is anybody on the mayor's office that receive any stipends?
No,
Can you double check on that and give us a list?
yeah, not that I'm aware of. Okay, do we have the response? No, we don't have, no staff members on the mayor's
All right,
that is receiving a stipend.
all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Now
you.
we have the police department.
Thank you.
Lawrence Police Department.
Page.
Page, starting off, there are several components, starting off on page 69.
Good evening, City Councils. My name is Rosa Shepherd, and I'm here with the Chief of Staff for the Police Department, Melis
Can you put
Bonilla.
your-
Oh, sorry, with Chief of Staff Melis Bonilla, and I'm here to present the FY25 police budget. I am gonna start with the police administration. As you can see, there was an increase of 34,419, and that is based on the union contractual and union contract with the finance director, which is Annette Messina, which is going to increase starting July 1st. Then we go down to police operation, personal services, an increase of $2,391,699, and that is based on the union contract for the police, for the patrolmen. Purchasing services, there was an increase of $35,000. No increase on professional services, that remains the same. We had an increase on the supplies for $184,160, and the capital outlay for $439,000. For the police animal control, again, there was an increase on the union part of a contract, and that came up to $13,420.
Okay, let's take it one by one. Let's start off
Sure.
with let's do the deep dive one by one. Let's go back to the police administration page. The overview is on page 70, and then you have the personnel information on page 71.
Yeah.
So there is an increase of 34,419.
Yes, that is correct. Let's make it page 70. Yeah, right here.
Councilors, do you have any
Yeah.
questions on this particular section? Can you explain why the 2 positions for the principal clerk and the senior clerk are being eliminated?
As I'm aware, that position was eliminated from the union, and there's no longer seniors or senior clerks or principal clerk. They all became principal account clerk under the new union contract.
Okay. You have a question? No? No? Okay. All right, and the next one, police operations, page 72 and 73. 72 to 74.
Okay. For the police operation, we're going back to the salary and wages permanent, which was $2,028,709, and that is based on the new patrolman union agreement that it was signed and approved this year. We have, and of course, since the union, there was increase on salary, the overtime wages were going to increase by $280,000. The holiday pay increased by $73,795. Vacation longevity increased by $92,773. There was the police court time. There was a decrease by $150,000. And the police administrative wages increased by 55,172. Clothing and uniform allowance increased by 11,250, and these numbers were based on the new contract on the for the patrolmen under the union.
So under police operations, what I'm not in, and I'm assuming that's under one of these items, but obviously the community relations aspect of our police department overall is very important, and the city has worked for years to improve that image. And sometimes that comes with a cost. There's the police ice cream truck and all of that stuff. Where is that in the budget? Like, where do you pay?
That in specific will come out.
That's just an example, but.
Of course, it will come out of our professional line item services.
Okay.
Because that is not part of the personal services. It will come out of the police budget itself, out of purchase of services.
Purchasing services. Where is that?
Which is currently $159,000.
Got it.
Thank you, Mark.
Yep, got it.
Yeah, professional services are the one at the bottom, yeah.
Professional, yep. All right.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Councilor Luzon.
So is that for consultants or for what the Madam Chair just asked? For both?
It can be used for both.
What percentage, please?
It depends.
That line item is for consultants, not employees. Employees would be in the top, they'd be on page, on page 74 is a listing of all the positions, and I believe a few years ago, we did put some support staff put line items in there for positions to hire, but I guess it wasn't practical to hire these people, so we moved it to the professional services line item a couple of years ago.
But my question is in regards to professional services.
That's the line item we're talking about.
Okay, is that what we're talking about? Yeah. And it says, is that for consultant services or not?
It can be used for consultant services, yes.
No idea what percentage of that money goes for consultant? No.
No, I don't.
The entire amount of professional services is consulting services. So the entire amount of $159,000 is consulting services or professional services.
Okay.
So that's the same
It's
name.
different terminology.
Just same explanation, just different names for the same word.
Okay, thank you.
Director, why is the, on page 74, crime analysis director, why is that position salary being decreased by $900?
I'm going to help on that. Yeah, that was her longevity, and I know that I had to go back. I need to go back to Mark Canelo to find out why it was decreased by $900. That's her longevity for the crime analysis, and she's been over the police department for a little bit over 5 years. So I can definitely get back. I can reply back on this in specific.
Okay. And talk to us more about the police court time, that's decreasing by $150,000. Are we spending less time in court?
Actually, it has been good, but if you look at on page 72, and you'll see police court time is about the 8th line down, line item 5143. If you follow it across, you'll see that in 22 we spent $232,000, and in 23 we spent $312,000. And so far this year we've spent $230,000 through April, and we budgeted at FY24 $450,000, but we only spent, in the 300 range. That's why we knocked that line item back down to 300, which hopefully we'll be able to
Police court
meet within
time.
that line item. So there's a decrease in that line item.
Okay.
But we increased overtime accordingly. We increased that $280,000.
Got it. Thank you. Councilor Luzon.
And sergeants, it says here that you currently have 20 sergeants. and I see the change is gonna be $163,000.53. Is that amount includes, potentially new sergeants or not?
Yes, two. They're including two.
Yeah, oh, okay, oh, thank you. I didn't notice that, but that's good news. Yes, thank you. I have the answer.
Okay. Council President.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the police department, we're gonna have 3 new people coming to the department, 2 sergeants and then 1 facility manager.
That is correct.
Told me a little more about the facility manager, what that person is gonna do.
The facility manager, right now we have a plant manager, and he takes care of absolutely everything from maintenance of the department to the fleet, to the vehicles, absolutely everything. So one person cannot handle everything. So we have requested to create a new position. The facility manager will go hand to hand with the plant manager at the same time. They will distribute the work at the end of the day. And we're thinking along the way, since we're going into the new building, to be able to have more people, more employees, being able to distribute the work equally among everybody.
Through you, Madam Chair.
No, Council President has the floor.
So, okay. So those 2, they're gonna be 2 managers, so it's not gonna be one supervising another one.
They should be.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the police department, that you wouldn't have that issue.
Good evening, councilors. So if you look at those 2 positions, right, what I wanted to do is to have a fleet manager and a building manager.
Okay.
For some reason, it lost in translation. Gotcha. But if you look at the Lawrence Police Department, we have about 150 vehicles. Okay, and we have a fleet manager for the whole city, meaning DPW. We take second when, let's say, for example, we have a snowstorm. It's more important to repair those trucks than the cruisers. So if we have 5 or 6 broken cruisers, we have to wait 3 weeks. The fire department have their own mechanics. We don't.
Yeah.
So we have a fleet manager. So if you have an idea what a fleet manager does, is one important aspect of that is preventive maintenance. Meaning, yeah, we have 40 cars that are brand new 2023. Do they need repair? Well, maybe now, but they need preventive maintenance. Meaning, let's look at the warranty. Let's bring them to the dealership in time before they expire.
Gotcha.
So fleet manager also will deal with the insurance company, with lawyers when they're calling to, inquiring about an accident. There's a lot that goes into it. Like the local police department, they have their own fleet manager. All they do is police cruises. Is that a little clear?
Yeah, of course. And the salary on that, 51,000.
Well, let's see what happens next year. I'm an individual that don't come here to tell you what I want. I can only tell you what I need. And if we're going to move to that nice building, we need a fleet manager that only concentrate on the fleet. It's 150 vehicles. We have the largest fleet in the city. It's only fair that we have our own mechanic or our own fleet manager to deal with all the little problems.
So essentially, that's what I'm saying. So we were discussing salaries with the previous department and looking at those salaries and looking at this salary, the intent of the work and what one do and what other do is like different things, but at the end of the day, it's taxpayers' money.
In the police department, we're trying to be responsible with the taxpayers' money. And if next year 51,000 is not enough, then we'll come back here and ask for more to get top level, fleet manager. For now, that's what we get. We work with that for now. I'm glad we get them because the guy we have is in charge of 150 cars, the building, communication. It's too much for him.
No, I appreciate that you're looking that way because that's been proficient about the issue. Instead of just dealing with the problem when we actually face the problem, you guys gonna look into it before it happens.
Of course.
So no more questions for now. I might take
I don't know, either Rose, the director, or the provisional chief, whomever can answer this. But I'm looking at, on page 72, employee training, I see there are no monies being allocated for employee training, and I'm thinking about, we're getting new officers, younger officers as well. aside from being emergency personnel, our police department, I mean, they go to community events, they help us counselors, you know, in neighborhood meeting associations, like get things done. And that comes like, that's a different type of customer service compared to like what the foundation of the role of a police officer is. So I'm thinking more like community service training or well, not customer, but community service training. That should be consistent, like things like that. I mean, police officers, you're taking photos with the mayors, you're taking photos with other elected officials, other prominent community members, making sure that they know how to present themselves or act, or even when they get a call and they have to go to someone's house. To me, that's continual learning, education. And I don't see anything like that reflecting in the budget,
No.
unless it's somewhere else.
It is somewhere else.
Okay.
It is. But definitely we do have this Mark has allocated funds for our training. But right now that line item is the community development department.
Got it.
Because it's coming from the ARPA money.
Got it.
As of
Okay.
now. But
Perfect.
there's definitely funds allocated for the police training.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Any other, Councilor Marmol?
Through you, Madam Chair, under computer software, are you able to give details as to what is the new software that will be introduced to the department that would justify the increase?
Yes, definitely. Okay. So right now, we are behind in technology. I mean, let me just put it this way, unfortunately. And what we have right now is not supporting our system, the amount of calls that we receive, the amount of evidence that we have to retain. So right now we're trying to go with evidence.com. Evidence, they will, is a company that work with the body worn cameras and in police department. They are well known within the United States. So this system will definitely do the crash data. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this system, is a web-based. Is a web-based or web cloud?
Yes, web-based.
It's a web-based system which is going to have the crash data, evidence collection. The evidence is storage and management of the police department. It will capture the courtroom, which is adjudication. Hopefully, I'm saying it right. And it will partner with Flock Company, which is the company that the city used for the cameras within the city.
Okay.
My second question is the addition of the 2 sergeants. Is it to reflect the increase of officers? Like, is it a certain ratio of officers to sergeants?
Post requirement.
That would be ideal. With this post commission, they're looking at every police department, how you supervise your police department. Supervision is everything. Mm-hmm. So increasing by 2 with this new budget would also save us in the overtime. So this is appropriate.
Is the save in overtime?
We have saved since we made those 2 guys.
So that would be the result. But if that would be the result, then why is there an increase in overtime?
At the time right now, I got to look at the numbers.
The overtime, they spend roughly $1 million on overtime. We try and, usually we could fund a lot of their overtime with vacancies in their department. So we have a lost time factor, and then we also have some grant funds that they can offset some of these salaries to. We get a state grant in particular, generally every year of about $900,000. So that helps with our overtime line item.
My last comment, and this is primarily to the CAFO, and it's what our city council president was mentioning, is, so I'm noticing how for the crime analyst director, that is a projection of, well, I'm seeing a decrease of 900 for this position. Why is that? And this is a reason why I feel like I don't even know how we have the audacity to explain the increase of some of these positions, and then it's almost mirroring the position of this crime analyst director So is this position getting paid to what they should be getting paid according to other cities and towns?
The crime analyst director, is that what you're asking? I couldn't answer that, but, perhaps the police department can. I don't know what the crime analyst does.
Crime analyzes
They
crime.
analyze crime.
And there's a decrease of,
Analysis.
analyzes, there's a
When I-
decrease of $900.
If you were to invite me to one of your neighborhood meetings, and your constituents have a question about how many red light tickets have we done, speeding, this and that, that's what she does. She collects the evidence, the data, to provide it to us, so that we could study this data, and so we could allocate our resources to this neighborhood. You have this neighborhood, let's say
yep.
Mount Vernon,
Yep.
you know about it, speeding cars. So what do? We assign 2 guys to work on the speeding cars. So we analyze, I'll give you an example. They were doing an analysis of Lawrence and Arlington Street. And we discovered that 27% of all the action in the city happens in that intersection.
Yeah.
So what do you think we do? Allocate our resources to there. So that's what a crime analysis person does.
Which is, it's a good point that the provincial chief just mentioned, because that actually, the example that you used actually happened in the South Lawrence West Neighborhood Association, like almost 2 years ago, where we were seeing certain issues around certain areas in District T, and I don't know whom, I believe it's the crime analysis, but they were able to bring to the next meeting how many accidents or how many speeding tickets for certain areas, for these 2 particular areas they issued, and the difference between the prior year and the current year that the constituents were worried about. And ultimately that's how, and I know this is happening also in other districts, but ultimately that's how we were able to help these constituents. And we put 2 speed boards up. I took a bit, but it came from that, from the same example that the chief is
We analyze
saying.
every crime in the city, and so we could allocate our services and our resources. It's a good, having well, you talk about, how much they get paid. I'm pretty sure the department pay a little more, a little less, but the person that we have right now, she's excellent, she knows what she's doing.
Very detailed, very detailed
Yeah,
when asked for, very detailed document and analysis. And also there was a situation where on Andover Street, another real life example, car accidents, but Detective Cuddy was able to come back to me with the data. Well, this is how many car accidents were actually reported. So, counselor, because we don't have enough information, that's why we don't disperse cruisers to that area, or things like that. So they're very good with that, with providing the data of why certain things happen and why you guys do
And
how
I
you
can
do.
give you another example. Let's say you have a neighborhood meeting in your area for your constituents, and they talking to you about loud noise and this and that. Okay, well, let's look at the data. Well, people are not calling.
Yep.
And you say, well, I get the call. Well, you get the call. We're done.
And by all means, I understand how strenuous this position is and how, the type of skill that is required. And my comment was strictly because of, I'm noticing the pay. It did not make sense considering that this is a director's position. So I'm just trying to make sense when it comes to other positions, which is, I would consider it falls under a director's position, and the pay is pretty much similar.
If I could elaborate on that, I'm so lucky to be in charge of the Lawrence Police Department at this time, because our members, even though at times they will own the pay, they will show up and do what they have to do. I'm very lucky to have Elisa doing this job. She's in high demand. She likes what she does, and she likes who she works for. We really appreciate her, what she does for us, because without her, we need her. And I'm pretty sure in our department they pay more, just like they pay all the police officers more. But guess what? Our guys love this city. This is where they want to be. We had an officer who had a job offers for low. With the college degree, going in the door is $95,000. With his new contract, she doesn't want to hear it. I belong in this city. We have officers who have gone to all the departments, including the state police, and they're calling and they want to come back. Because they say, the only thing I know is my city. I think I belong here. Going over there for another $5,000 is not worth it. I don't want to travel. Everything that I love, everything that I work for is in this city. That has a lot to do or to say about the police department. The love we put in what we do every day. And this crime analysis person, she's unbelievable. And she had a helper, and that individual you're an assistant, right? Yeah. And she resigned, she got married, went to Maine. She's doing everything by herself and then some. I mean, I'm so lucky to have her. And I wish I could give her a pay raise.
So with that being said, CAFO, because there was, when I asked about the decrease of the $900, there was some comment about longevity and stuff like that. Can you make sure to get us the reason why this position is being decreased by $900, whether that's longevity or not?
I think Rosie answered the question. She thinks it was decreased because of longevity. The longevity's in a line item down below. You can see it's 616,000. So I assume that's what happened.
Okay. Councilor Mormon? Any other?
No, I'll just conclude with my take on this is, Chief, just as much as you're explaining that our officers stay working for our city because they love our city so much, I just wish to see that our city is also giving back, reflecting in pay for the services that you guys provide for our community.
Remember when I said that when I come in front of you, I ask you for what I need? That's what I want. But what I want, I can't get. We have to negotiate and get to that level. And I'm hoping that maybe in the future, we're gonna have a top-paid police department. If you look at the amount of calls that we take every month, it's between 4,500 and 5,000 calls. There's some police department in the area that don't service 5,000 calls a year. So we are working, and we don't complain. All we want is a fair share. That's all. And they show up every day, and you know that because you are in contact with these officers. And we are polite. We have good officers that understand our community. Some of those guys, the new guys that we're hiring, they went to school in Lawrence. When they go to calls, they know the family. That's what's important. I'm very lucky to have what we have at this time.
Council President.
Well, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure, just to reiterate about the position of criminalities. What caught our attention was that we have a cut of $900. If the case ended up being that the longevity is not part of it or whatever happened, can we make sure that somehow, one way or another, those are the type of salaries that might justify a stipend to be able to get it to what it was before?
I'm not too clear how stipends work, okay? I'm very, hesitant to talk about an employee of the city who has a salary, also gets a stipend. I don't know how that works.
I just want to make sure, at least within the range of the money that she was getting before, to make sure that at least she's getting to the point that she was last year.
In the police department, I
just want to make sure that it's if in case that is any doubt, something like that, it might
it's
be
not a
justified.
practice for the police department to shortchange anybody who's doing their job. We're gonna look into this because it doesn't look good. It's not fair.
No, and I mean, how we look, anybody that look at this, it might seem like, oh, the crime analyst get a pay cut when it's one of the most important positions based on what we have discussed, and we all agree.
Let me
on
be
that.
very transparent with you on Councilor Rodriguez. I don't have the answers, but I promise you get you that.
Yeah, no
How's
problem.
that?
Thank you.
Last question, Councilor,
Well,
you still?
I still have.
You still, I thought you were done. Continue.
So probably this is more like for the CAFO or anyone, because I mean, you are professionals in this.
Let me hear the question, see if I have the answer, because I don't know everything.
I wanted to get a little bit more details when it comes to the career incentive, chief differential, rent reimbursement, and lost time factor. So I just want to write down on my book.
Let me stay
by
out of the
definition.
way, because the money man is the one that should explain this, or else.
Yeah, just want to write it down on my definitions here. Go slow a little. Career incentive.
Oh, what is it? Career
Yeah,
incentive?
just wanna write that.
Career incentive is the Quinn bill.
Oh, the Quinn bill,
The
okay.
Quinn bill, education incentive for police officers who have associates, bachelors, and masters. 10, 20, and 25% increase in pay.
Okay, chief differential, how much people get paid?
Shift
based on
differential, I believe there's two different rates, but I believe it's 11% in the, there's also a shift differential for administrative pay. I'm not sure if that's, I think that's a different line item, sorry.
10%. So that shift differential is if when you will get assigned to work at night, you get that amount, okay. And then the grant reimbursement I'm seeing here, that is an increasement of, I know that there's always a confusion on that. Can you go just explain a little bit?
So which line item was that?
The grant,
Grant reimbursement. So again, the police department have a bunch of grants, so all of the positions, whether it's grant funded, or not, is in this position. So a large, I don't have the breakdown in front of me, but.
No, I know that Ms. Chopper, she always gone 79 different grants that the police department have. Those are the ones here?
Yeah, there's the school departments, they get, I think it's 4 to 6 police officers paid for by the school department for the SROs, I guess they're called. And then there's a couple $100,000 for the 911 grant, and then there's a few $100,000 for some other grant. I think the school is $500,000 or $700,000. Yeah, I'm surprised I don't have it with me.
We currently have 5 SRO for the school department, 5. And right now we are, it's $430,000 and $752. We do have 3 grants that we apply for every year and we qualify for that and get approved. And what is then is the staffing grant, yeah, which is over $1 million. And that usually covers the new officers' salary plus overtime as well.
Okay.
We have the 291, which is the supporting incentive, which pay for the equipment for the 911 for the dispatcher, and the salary for any for the call takers, and the overtime. Then we have the 911 training that pays for the training of all the SWAT officers that will be taking the training under this department, and they will pay for the time of taking the training, whether it's 4, 8, 12 hours.
We always seen those grants. Do you mind giving us, like, on putting the grant reimbursement, whatever you said, can you send it to us by email so I can have that as part of my attachment on the book?
Yes, I can.
Sure.
Thank
And
you.
the last thing is the lost time factor. Can you explain a little more on that so I can take some notes?
Yeah, that's just recognizing that when somebody retires or quits, it takes several weeks to fill that position. So we put a lost time factor in there to recognize that. We put it it's in the police, the fire, and DPW, a lost time factor.
Thank you.
Last question for police operations, Councilor Luzon.
Do you did the department return any money in grants? Because you guys receive a grant for mental health, and I don't recall the name of the grant, but I mean, I haven't heard anything. And my understanding is that the police department returned a portion of the payment received. If you don't have information, you can look at it and send it by mail.
I do. We returned $692,000 out of the $900 that was approved and given to us.
Why, do we know why?
The first 2 years of the grant, unfortunately, I'm going to be clear, there was no movement. Nothing was really being done. There was a lot of talking. The contracts were not approved. And by the time I was hired and I started working on this grant, they put a stop on the grant and they said, we need to return, the police department need to return money because it has not been used.
Okay, so you mind sending me the name of the grant and the total amount, please?
Sure.
My other question is to you, Madam Chair, the money that you confiscate through seizures and rates, where can I find the money?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Confiscated by the police?
The forfeiture, yes.
Yeah.
That's I think you're referring to a drug forfeiture account.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe you're referring to a drug forfeiture account. So what happens?
Yeah.
I think the police can explain it better, but in general, what happens is if they have confiscate some cash or vehicles or anything related to a drug, once the court adjudicates the case, the cash, if it was cash that was would be split between the state and the city and we get a court order to distribute the, the money that we have gets distributed, we keep 50%, and 50%, we have to cut a check to the Commonwealth for their share. And that goes into a drug forfeiture account under the Mass General laws, and it goes in a special revenue fund, if you will, called the drug forfeiture fund, which can be used for any purpose for which the police chief approves.
Do we know the amount that we have in that account?
There's several $100,000, and there's two different forfeitures. There's the one for the state, and there's another one for the Fed. There's a federal drug forfeiture account. So between the two accounts, there's usually a few $100,000. I don't know off the top of my head what it is now, but there's two different accounts for that.
So
and they use it for. They've used it in the past to buy vehicles, whether it's undercover vehicles or police cruisers. They can use that drug forfeiture account for that, or any other equipment they might need.
Okay. Can we find out how much money is that? And there's no guidelines for the use of this money. It's used by free.
It's all Mass General laws.
You have to follow.
But in general, what the Mass General law allows is that it still has to go through some confusion about this in years past, where it didn't go through the city coffers, but everything goes through the city coffers. They can't cut checks without the comptroller or the purchasing department, all that stuff. They have to follow all the city rules. But in the statute, it does indicate that it just can't supplant the departmental budget, but it would use to supplement the departmental budget. So if they want to buy a cruiser or an undercover vehicle or some equipment or pretty much anything the police chief approves, and they, as long as it goes through the warrant process, so it still has to be approved by the mayor as well. Pardon me, but in general, anything the police department wants to use it for.
Okay. My last question through you, Madam Chair. From where are we paying the salary for former provisional chief, Mr. Castro?
It's still coming out of the police budget.
Where can I find that?
That will not.
What page?
It
what
will
page?
not be on on the actual budget. Unless it's added there? It is? Okay. No, my apologies, it is there. No? Yeah, sorry, the chief, yeah, that's right, yeah, yeah, but it's they're both getting paid out of the police budget.
It's not in this budget, correct?
No, it is on
It
the-
is here?
It is here.
Okay.
It's on page 70 there, on page 71,
Hold on,
I should say.
guys.
It's the chief of police position is on page 71, and that's where the police chief who's on paid administrative leave gets paid out of that line item. The acting police chief now is also getting paid out of that line item, but obviously there's funding from his position as a lieutenant that is available. That vacancy is used for paying the salary.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. So for the records, both salaries are getting paid from the budget of the police department. That's correct. Thank you.
Director, you.
Just one last question, if I may, Madam Chair. The deputy chief, and I'm not in line because I'm not aware who's the deputy chief now.
It's vacant, that position is vacant.
It's vacant.
Yes,
Thank you so much. I appreciate your answers.
Director or CAFO, whomever can answer this, why isn't the account for the confiscated drug monies shown on the budget? Why is that? Because that's still an account
Well,
that expenditures are coming out
There's
of.
approximately 60 or 80 million dollars, which is not included in the budget. This is just
Got
the
it.
general fund budget, along with the funds that require a budget to be approved, which are the
Got
general
it.
fund and the enterprise funds. All the special revenue account, the grants account that we talked about, those are not in here as well. But there's, and again, if you looked at your audit reports, there approximately we expend approximately 40 to. Last year, I think it was closer to 70 or 80 because we had the ARPA and the ESSER funds from the school department. But we spend roughly $40 to $50 million in federal funds passed through the state.
Got it.
A
Thank
year.
you. All right, moving forward, last component for the Lawrence Police Department, police animal control. Is there anything you would like to say or add to that? Page 70, starts at page 75 and 76. I have a quick question. Do we think 2 animal control officers are actually sufficient? Because the times that I haven't needed to call recently, but the few times that I've called animal control, I did not get an answer on they're good with getting back, but no one really, I mean, they're out and about, but no one is there initially from my experience. That's just my personal experience. So is 2 enough for the entire city of Lawrence for this department? What are we seeing in this department?
There has been some talks about, of course, opening another position in with all the changes and going back and forth. I know I expressed that we have talked, and there has been a lot of changes in the administration. Right now, we only have 1 animal control, and we've been hiring for a while. So right now, we are focusing on hiring another person before we can go ahead and open another position. But that is something that it has been brought to the table before, hiring more animal controls. Okay. For the police department, for the city of Lawrence.
Okay. Any questions, or Council President?
Yes, sure. I remember back then that we used to hold the animals within the facility, and then we decided to go ahead and get an outside facility going to the farm, I believe it was. For the dogs and stuff like that. There was stuff to use those.
What was the question?
It's around the animals that the animal control actually take care of. That before they used to be at the police department, I believe.
No, we have a case at the department in case we bring a dog in and keep them there for the next morning. Well, we have a facility at the Essex County Correctional Facility here at the farm, and we're still there.
Yeah, that's basically we keep every animal before we take it to the next step.
Yes.
And I remember that there was some cost involved around the facility. Do you have those current numbers?
No, I don't have them.
Because some of the before there was a lot of questions around the overtime and stuff like that because of the animals. We need to feed them and this and that. But I'm assuming that once we start using the third party facility, that changed a little bit.
Yeah, but regarding that overtime, it's built into the contract. They get time to go in the weekend and feed them and change them and walk them. So that's built into it. I contemplated maybe getting a part-timer that would work 2 days, but you can't do that because it's under the contract. They provided that.
I just want to make sure that everything's like that's what we're using and things are working out.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
One last question.
Thank you.
All right.
Can they get these statistics for domestic violence?
That's more. I think that should be more of a private conversation. Any other? I think we're all set, counselors. Thank you so much, Director.
Thank you.
At this point, I am looking for a motion to go into recess until the next budget hearing.
Motion to recess.
Motion has been made by Council President, seconded by Councilor Luzon. Discussion? Nope. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Entonces, esto se va a hacer mañana.